Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Deepa Miss.
Yeah, good morning.
Uh, Sir actually had entered a bit early, and
Okay,
we have
okay.
actually tested
Yes,
the
yes.
sharing
Okay,
and all.
fine, fine.
Okay, Miss.
So
Thank
he'll
you.
be joining by 9:30, right?
Yes, yes, yes,
Okay,
Miss.
okay,
Oh,
okay, miss.
oh,
Thank you.
thank you.
Hello, Professor Shamanta.
Hello, good morning. I'm here.
I'm Raghavan from NIT Trichy.
Hi, good morning.
Very anxious to hear your wonderful talk now.
You are embarrassing me with your.
And in the NPTEL, how many lessons you have given to the country?
The NPTEL is, AI course is for 12 weeks.
Okay.
And there are 30 lectures of 1 hour each.
This branch they are going to start this year, and Dr. Deepa Elizabeth is the head of the department. You should tell some hints to make this branch world known.
They are going to do what? Robotics and AI?
BTech they started. AICT has permitted. So I want this institute to be unique in the world. With your strong advice, you please come in person when the COVID is over.
I would love to. I would love to definitely go there. So you are offering a BTech in robotics and artificial intelligence?
Sir, can I interrupt, sir? Sir, I'm
Good
Deepa.
morning. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Good morning. We had started the course in 2019. We are offering BTech in robotics and automation.
Okay, that's a brilliant combination. Yeah, that would be really good. And as engineers trained in electronics and computer science, if we come closer to engineers trained in mechanical engineering, that combination could be really something that can push humanitarian technologies to a limit. And I'm very pleased to know that you are doing that. Brilliant.
Yes, sir. We are the one of the 2 engineering colleges in Kerala, the first to start robotics and automation in our state. We got approval in 2019 and we started our first batch in 2019. So we want your expert advice for our for setting of our labs and all. We are in the process of it. So might be like we'll get in touch with you, sir.
Sure, definitely.
Thank you, sir.
I'm really excited about the prospect of really having undergraduate students train in robotics and automation.
Thank you, sir.
I'm really keen to have some form of interaction with you that talks of the curriculum and labs and things like that. Yes. But
Thank
today's
you, sir.
talk, I am afraid, is not directed to the BTech.
No, sir. No. This is only for the teachers. These are
Yeah, it
these
is
are only
more
for faculty members.
Yeah, it is more to actually talk about separating the hype from and really looking at what hope we have in robotics, because there is a lot of hype around and most of this hype is misplaced. There are a lot of wrong notions as well that robots can do everything and anything. So
Okay.
that we need to really separate out as teachers.
Okay, sir. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Hello, Dr. Deepa. Is it that I start or there will be a formal start from your end?
Yeah, we'll just wait for a few more minutes, sir.
Okay,
Okay, yeah, thank you.
sure, no problem.
A warm welcome to today's session. The Faculty of Department of Electronics, Kochi Institute of Science and Technology, we are excited to take part in the 5th day of the AICT-sponsored 6 days virtual short-term training program on the topic Robotics, Artificial Intelligence and Control. I hope you all are safe and rested for the day and prepared to be part of all the 3 sessions for today. Let's move on to the first technical session of the day on the topic Robotic Neurorehabilitation, Tryst with High-Level Control Strategies by Dr. Shyamanda M. Hazarika. Dr. Shyamanda M. Hazarika is a professor of mechanical engineering at IIT Guwahati and leads the Biomimetic Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Lab at IIT Guwahati. His research interest is in rehabilitation robots. This translates into interest in artificial intelligence, biomimetic robots, and neurorehabilitation. Prior to joining IIT Guwahati, he was with the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Tezpur University. He has been a Veterans Professor of Cognitive Systems and Neuroinformatics, University of Bremen, Germany. Professor Hazarika holds a BE in Mechanical Engineering from Assam Engineering College, Guwahati, MTech in Robotics from Center for Robotics, IIT Kanpur. He has completed his PhD in Artificial Intelligence from School of Computing, University of Leeds, England. We are greatly honored to have you, sir, for our STTP program, and I kindly invite you to drive the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for such a nice welcome. It's a great privilege to be here this morning and talking to a group of young, dynamic teaching professionals from across the country. We would talk of robotic neurorehabilitation today. Neurorehabilitation is a complex medical process which aims to aid recovery from a nervous system injury and to minimize or compensate for any functional alterations resulting from it. Conventional neurorehabilitation appears to have little impact on impairment over and above that of spontaneous biological recovery. Robotic neurorehabilitation, that is, use of robots for neurorehabilitation, has the potential for a greater impact on impairment due to A, easy deployment, B, its applicability across a wide range of motor impairment, C, its high measurement reliability, and the capacity to deliver high doses and high intensity training protocols for sustained durations. Robots are particularly suitable for both rigorous testing and application of motor learning principles to neurorehabilitation. Computational motor control and learning principles that are derived from studies in healthy subjects are introduced in the context of robotic neurorehabilitation. Particular attention is paid to the idea of context, task generation, and training schedule. The assumptions that underlie the choice of both movement trajectories programmed into the robot and the degree of active participation that's required by the subjects is an area of continuous research within robotic neurorehabilitation. Neurorehabilitation, or robotic neurorehabilitation in particular, considers rehabilitation as a general learning problem. And with automation ingrained in it, we examine it from the perspective of theoretical learning frameworks such as supervised learning, unsupervised learning, or reinforcement learning. However, in this talk today, I shall discuss only very general fundamentals underlying current robotic neurorehabilitation paradigms, and that too from the view of high-level control strategies to support neuroplasticity. And therefore, I have a subtitle here saying I will talk of only our tryst with high-level control strategies. Before I begin, I have to acknowledge the sustained funding for this work that I have received from the European Science Foundation, the UK-India Education Research Initiative, DST, DIT, my collaborators at the BCI Lab, University of Essex, England, the Cognitive Neuroinformatics Group, University of Bremen, Germany, the Biomimetic Cognitive Robotics Lab in Tezpur University, and both my past and present PhD scholars who are a source of inspiration for me to learn and keep abreast of the new developments. Now, any talk on robotic neurorehabilitation isn't complete without understanding why we move towards rehabilitation using robots. We need to understand that robotics is a story of dreams and dreamers. started with Aristotle, who in his book, The Politics, way in 300 BC, thought of machines that could perform its task on its own. He talked of shuttles in a loom that could fly to and fro. And possibly he was the one who first thought of automation that would leave out the need for servants or masters of slaves and bring it what we call a complete inclusive society. It was Leonardo da Vinci who thought of humanoid robots in the year 1495. Now, no one knows whether Leonardo da Vinci or his contemporaries tried to build his design. But his designs are so detailed that one can recreate these humanoids from these design drawings available. And his knights could sit, move its arms, heads, opens its jaw. So we see that robotics is about dreams. And as you dream bigger, you have things that are possible. It was Thomas Hobbes in his book Leviathan who for the first time looked at life to be nothing but motion of limbs and conceived the idea of having an artificial life, or what we more commonly call today an automaton. To cut the story short, let me just point out to a couple of developments in the history of robotics, which I call significant moments that had made robots and robotics a part of our daily life. It was in 1948, Dr. Gray Walter, who was interested in modeling the brain functions. He was a neurologist and was interested in modeling brain functions. He built two small robots called tortoises and named them Elmer and Elsie. Now, Elmer and Elsie were a marvel of the day because 1948, we are talking of basic analog circuits, vacuum tubes. And these robots with those technology could actually decide when to come near a charging point as its charge was getting depleted. This I mark as significant moment number 2 in the history of robotics. Now this may surprise you because I didn't talk of significant moment number 1. Significant moment number 1 came almost 20 years later in the history of robotics, around 1962. Around that period in the history of robotics, Joseph Engelberger, an aerospace engineer, met George Devil, and they talked of a patent involving a programmable manipulator. And together, they founded Unimation Inc., the world's first robot maker. Its star production was Unimate, an electronically controlled hydraulic robotic arm. But then there were no takers. No one knew what it could be used for. And it was only in 1962 that they could position that Unimate as an arm to extract hot parts from a die casting machine. And this was a dangerous job for a human worker, and therefore a robot was well suited for it. This is significant moment number 1 in the history of robotics. It was not yet that robots had entered our life. It was still restricted to industries. And in 1970s, late 70s and late 60s, researcher at the Stanford Research Institute began working on the first intelligent robot. So this robot could reason on its own, have cameras, laser rangefinders, and radio frequencies, radio links, and it could take decisions. But it took long to take a decision, up to 16 hours to make a decision to move forward or back. And when it moved, it would shake heavily. and therefore this was called shaky. Nevertheless, artificial intelligence and machines were brought together by this innovation. And this is significant moment number 3 in the history of robotics. So these significant moments that I have underlined here is for us to have an understanding that these dreams that people have, starting with Aristotle, moved us forward to actually build things that could have intelligence built into them. However, the birth of rehabilitation robotics is a different story. As robotics moved from industrial to service application, engineers were looking for new tasks that could be automated with robots. Now, industrial tasks like drawing of these iron casts in the GE Motors industry was a perfect candidate for automation, physically exhausting and requiring high precision. This is when people realize that motor rehabilitation that required a sustained level of exercise, sustained level of patience exercise by performing limb motions thousands of times could be done by a robot. And the idea of robotic rehabilitation had grown. Rehabilitation robots physically support and guide a patient's limb during motor therapy. And they require sophisticated control algorithms and artificial intelligence to be built into them. Nevertheless, this area pushed forward the idea of rehabilitation robots or rehabilitation robotics. Now, together with it, people realized that the neuromotor recovery process, the neural processes, those that underlie the generation of arm movement, they are thought to rely on distributed network throughout the cortical and subcortical brain areas. Studies in human largely confirm the broad connection between the primary motor cortex that I have shown here and other cortical motor areas by extensive white matter connections and strong functional interactions. And the very idea that the primary motor cortex, the premotor and the supplementary motor areas contain a subset of neurons that target spinal motor neurons. And through these corticospinal neurons, they actually drive distal forelimb musculature. So the functional significance of this is that the motor cortex is uniquely specialized to drive fine motor control such as digit manipulation or complex forelimb movements. And people realize that motor cortex injury severely impairs these capabilities relative to other motor regions. Together with it was this idea of neuroplasticity. That is, the idea that motor circuitries that are there, one could aim to recover from nervous system injury or to compensate for any functional interaction by processes that could regrow these motor circuitries. So the motor cortex has a lot of circuitries inside our brain that controls the distal arms, and they can be lost due to injury or disease. And people realize that these circuitries can be regrown, and that regrowing complex medical process which aims to regrow these circuitries after a nervous system injury is what is neurorehabilitation. So neurorehabilitation is a complex medical process which aims to aid recovery from nervous system injury to the motor cortex in most of the times, because that's the most important portion of the brain that controls the distal elements of our musculoskeletal system. And we somehow want to compensate for any functional alterations. This idea, the core of this idea, at the core of this idea lies the brain neurons and the synapses. So I will not go into details of how the brain is organized, but then I would love you to have a look at the core component of the nervous system, the neuron, and try to really get an idea of what is that we are doing in neurorehabilitation. So the core component of the nervous system is the neuron, and a neuron is an electrically excitable cell that processes and transmits information by electrochemical signaling. The brain has about 86 million neurons, and each neuron is connected to up to 10,000 other neurons, passing signals to each other via 1,000 trillion synaptic connections. Now, on your screens is a typical neuron. A typical neuron consists of a cell body here called the soma, and then dendrites, and a single long axion. The soma is usually compact. The axions and the dendrites extrude from it. So dendrites typically branch profusely and extend a few hundred micrometers from the soma. The dendrites of one and the final axonal terminals here, they form the synaptic connections and communicate with other cells via these specialized connections called the synapses. This numerous neurons in the human brain actually form the brain circuitry. So the neural circuitry or the brain circuitry is a population of neurons interconnected by synapses to carry out a specific function when activated. These neural circuits interconnected to one another form these large-scale brain networks that I am now trying to show on your screens. Neuroplasticity is about recreating these lost brain circuitries using some form of paradigms that help to grow back these neural circuits. And that is what we do in neurorehabilitation. So neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to reorganize by forming new neural connections throughout life. And these neural connections throughout life that is formed, if they are lost, they can be reformed again. And that is the aim of neurorehabilitation. So neuroplasticity allows the neurons or the nerve cells to compensate for injury and disease and to adjust their activities in response to new situations or changes in the environment. Neurorehabilitation is about giving new situations to our neuromuscular system so that new circuits are grown within the brain. And that is what has to be done very, very carefully, because if you do it wrong, you do not get the neurocircuitry but damage it further. And that is why neurorehabilitation is something that needs to be taken care with great amount of precaution. Robotic neurorehabilitation, on the other hand, is about innovative robotic technologies that are applied to help clinicians during the neurorehabilitation process. Now, research in biomedical robotic technologies over the last few years is experiencing a huge development. in several health domains, such as wellness, rehabilitation treatment, prevention of age-related sensory motor decay. Thanks to such technological advancements, such robots are more sophisticated mechatronic systems. When I say mechatronic, I mean automated systems that are made artificially intelligent together with mechanics and electronics. So these mechatronic systems equipped with powerful processing units which are able to exploit real-time information on the human component for enabling patient-tailored assistance during these exercises that are to be performed is what is the aim of robotic neurorehabilitation. In the most advanced cases, these robotic machines allow real-time tailoring of each exercise and of the whole therapy on the basis of the user's residual abilities, so that we only assist as much as required and no more and no less, and then perform online assessment of human performance and of the intended motor training strategy. So it is very important that the term robotic technology here needs to be understood as an umbrella of mechatronic devices provided with certain degree of intelligence, which is therefore optimizing and speeding up the sensory motor recovery in the first place. Without that understanding, we will not have an understanding of what we mean by robotic neurorehabilitation. Now, the rationale for this robotic neurorehabilitation, if you have got the feeling from my previous slides, this rationale for robot-aided neurorehabilitation is grounded on the relatively recent scientific evidence in neuroscience that I refer to as neuroplasticity. That is, that physical exercise and spatially action-related movements promote functional recovery even after traumatic lesions of the central nervous system. They have significant positive effect in the process of neurogenesis and speeding up basic mechanisms involving neuroplasticity. In this perspective, robotic machines for motor therapy play a very fundamental role and promote the recovery of brain areas which are devoted to high-level motor control by assisting and guiding the subjects to perform motor tasks while, and this is very important, while fully exploiting their residual sensory motor coordination abilities. So we want our robotic machines to be so intelligent that they provide only assistance to the level required, nothing more, nothing less. If you provide more than that is required, you actually lose the residual skills in the person that is being treated. We want to retain the residual skills. And therefore, these mechatronic devices have to have embedded intelligence, have to have, at one point of time, I will even call it embedded cognition. They must have to have cognitive abilities to understand how much assistance they do need to provide. So that is the background of robotic neurorehabilitation. In the remaining 1 hour or so, I will talk of the development of robotic neurorehabilitation over the years and also try to tell you what we are doing in that area if time allows. But I want all of you to take 1 minute to reflect on what I have been saying for the past half an hour or so about robotic neurorehabilitation. Take home number one, neurorehabilitation is a complex process about getting back the neuromuscular, skeletal-muscular control. How do we do that? We do that exploiting neuroplasticity and neurogenesis. But what is that pushes neuroplasticity and neurogenesis? Sustained level of exercise at the right amount. How do you achieve that? We achieve that using innovative robotic technologies, and that is what forms the basis of robotic neurorehabilitation. So now let us look at very quickly some of the recent developments in the area of robotic neurorehabilitation. Here on your screens, I have a number of rehabilitation robots. The first one here is Locomot, which is an exoskeleton robot to manipulate patients' hip and knee. The second one here is the first generation gait trainer, and the third one here is the Gait Eco, which are robots that manipulate the person's feet so that he have again abilities to walk or regain his gait. The one that is shown here is the bimanual track, and this is for manual training of the wrist and the forearm. But then this is bimanual training. You do it for both hands together. And here, the number E that I have marked is the shoulder and elbow robot from Osaka University. And the final one here is about manipulating fingers. So this is the Amidio robot that allows you to manipulate individual fingers. And that is something very difficult to even recognize as signals from the brain. So these robots are the state of art in robotic neurorehabilitation. Robotic devices for neurorehabilitation can be divided into two forms. These robots that I have just now shown you can be classified into two distinct categories. Number one, the end effector devices, and number two, the exoskeletons. The end effector devices are devices which have specific interface that mechanically constrain the distal part of the human limb. So you do not control the whole kinematic chain. Like, let us think of a robotic neurorehabilitation device for your hand. In that case, I can control my elbow, I can control my shoulder joint, and I can control the distal fingers. If my device is about only constraining the distal fingers of the human limb, this is an end effector device. On the other hand, if I'm interested in reproducing the kinematics of the human limb completely, that is, if I'm talking of the upper limb, I am interested in the kinematics of the shoulder, the elbow, and support its movement to control a position and orientation of each joint, then that is called an exoskeleton. So we have end effector devices and we have exoskeletons. In terms of end effector devices and exoskeletons, the end effector devices more commonly are used for certain rehabilitation, such as the arm rehabilitation or the leg rehabilitation. The Locomot that I had shown you a little while ago is an end effector device. They are more concerned with what is to be done at the distal end instead of supporting the whole kinematic chain. On the other hand, we have exoskeletons, which are about supporting the complete kinematic chain. So here I do support the distal finger, but then I am supporting the complete kinematic chain of the distal finger, and therefore this is an exoskeleton and not an end effector device. So we have exoskeletons for extreme upper limb as well as lower limb exoskeletons in place. As for actuation and control of these devices or these exoskeletons, these could be either passive or active. Actives are that I drive, passives are I just support. So in terms of active exoskeletons, control could be in terms of impedance, admittance, or triggered control. I will talk of this in my presentation a little while from now. So control would be in terms of impedance control, admittance control, or it could be EMG driven or EEG driven control. In terms of design of these exoskeletons, the actuators could be either electric actuation, pneumatic actuation, or hydraulic actuation. So this is what makes this idea of neurorehabilitation interesting, because when I am talking of assisting a human being through a machine and talking of concepts such as retention of residual skills on the one hand, and on the other hand, I'm talking of really reorienting the neural circuitry, then I must consider several important aspects. So one aspect is related to the goal of the intended therapy. Robot design should emphasize motor activities, exercise to create functional recovery, pathways grounded on voluntary movements as part of action-related tasks, or simulation of real activities of daily living. On the other hand, we must take into account combination of sensory, motor, and biomechanical approaches so as to reduce abnormal motor response, and we should have proprioceptive and vibrotactile stimulations to really get motor responses. And then we should be able to do motor restoration of motor capacities. Moreover, the robot capability should be to accomplish tasks or functions so very carefully so as to include not only pre-designed tasks but patient-tailored in order to address capabilities, limitations, and training needs of the targeted person. So in order to have all these challenges, the functional architecture need to really have three different distinct regions. One covers the actuation, the sensors, the mechanical structure. The other involves having control, supervision, and finally, there must be a human-machine interface where some signals from the human body, such as that coming from the muscles or the brain, need to be controlling or at least triggering these level of activity. So the functional architecture is quite involved. If you give 1 minute to look at this, I have the mechanical structures to be controlled. I have sensors for both the patient and the environment states. So it's that I sense the environment, I also have to sense the patient that I'm trying to take control of. And then there must be some supervisor or controller who will tell me what is to be done automated and what has to be done coming from the patient side. So that's about the functional architecture. If you really want to put this as a conceptual control diagram, then this is what you can see as a conceptual robot control diagram. So a conceptual diagram on the interaction between the robots that I have for rehabilitation and assistance and a human being is shown here. The motion control in the human body can be simplified as a feedback loop. So that's the human brain giving commands to the muscles in the turn driving the musculoskeletal systems, and then lot of sensors in my body telling me where I am or what I have achieved. So the whole idea of motion control in a human body can be simplified as a feedback loop, where the brain plays the role of controlling the human motion. The brain controls the muscles to follow an arbitrary desired motion, which I name here as XD. Now the control output that is generated by the brain is the motor control signal, which I will come to in a little while. And these are then sent to the muscles to produce a joint torque, which is marked as F here. And the input, that is the human motion intention to the robot, can be extracted from the human robot interface through some force sensors or muscle related signals. And the robot's controller can then command the actuators to generate an assistive torque, which is marked as FA here, accordingly delivered to the musculoskeletal system. In other words, the human body is actuated by the sum of the muscle torques arriving, that is the residual ones, and an additional assistive torque, which is done by the robot controller, complementing its movement. And this can drive the musculoskeletal system. This skeletal system is assisted by the robot through this actuator and assistance devices. Now, sensing technologies for the human motion play a vital role, and identifying the exact human motion intention in robust and effective way is still an open challenge, and something that is a topic of machine learning. The most advanced of these assistive controllers, if you really want to call them one, this conceptual control diagram could be thought of as some form of assistive controllers. The most developed of them is actually called assistance control. So these strategies that I have just now shown with the control diagram explicitly is designed to provoke motor plasticity, or what we call neuroplasticity. These high-level control strategies, the most developed is the assistive control strategy or the assistive controller, which help the participants to move their weak limbs in desired patterns during grasping, reaching, or walking, a strategy similar to active assist exercises. The next group of controllers within this control strategy is referred to as challenge-based control algorithms that are in some way the opposite of assistive controllers. They make movement tasks more difficult or challenging. So they include controllers that provide resistance to the participant's limb movement during exercise. The third paradigm, that's called haptic simulation, refers to the practice of activity of daily living movements in a virtual environment. So haptic simulation has flexibility, convenience, and safety advantages. There is a fourth group of paradigm, which is referred to as non-contact coaching. This is about some work on robotic devices that do not physically contact the participant, but instead serve as coaches, helping to direct the therapy program, motivate the participant, and promote motor learning. Now, these coaches have been hypothesized that physical embodying the automated coaching mechanism has special merit for motivating participants rather than real physical exercise through an electromechanical system. Now, clearly, these strategies that I have highlighted here, the assistive control strategy, build of impedance-based assistance, counterbalance-based assistance, EMG-based assistance, or performance-based adaptive assistance, the challenge-based control strategies, which is about resistive strategies, constraint-induced strategy, or error amplification strategies. These are not mutually independent, and in some cases, multiple strategies could be combined and used in complementary fashion. further, you should realize that the assistance and the challenge strategies can be viewed as different points on a continuum. If you may allow, assistance is simply less challenge and challenge is less assistance. So they are on a continuum. Now, these strategies that I have, they have given rise to a number of different robotic therapy devices. And what I have now for you is the state-of-art robotic therapy devices that are based on assistive control strategies. Here are examples of different types of assistance-based control algorithms. Devices that use different types of assistance. So, the two of the first devices that underwent clinical testing was the MIT Manus, which is shown at number A here, and the Locomoth, which is shown in number 2. They were the first of the neurorehabilitation devices to go through clinical testing. And they initially used proportional position feedback control to provide assistance. However, newer software for these devices adapts the timing and stiffness of the controller based on participant performance. The other one, the one at number C, is the hardwired robot hand, which uses triggered assistance. Now, I have not told you what triggered assistance is. I will come back to it in a moment. Basically, it means that it allows free movement for a fixed time and then responds by moving the hand through some other triggering formalism, either through brain signal or muscle signals, if the participant does not achieve the task that is at hand. Then one at number D is called the T-Rex. It is a passive gravity balance device to provide assistance. And these elastic strings attached to the device determine the amount of assistance that is required to be provided. The same idea here is about not overcoming gravity, but overcoming some amount of pneumatic pressure, is the Pneumorex, which builds a real-time computer model of the participant's weakness and then uses it to provide feedback assistance with a compliant position controller. So these are the state-of-art technologies in terms of assistive control that I had discussed in the type of high-level control strategies. Now, in terms of technical details, which I would love to put for only a couple of controllers, let me start with the impedance-based assistance. The impedance-based assistance uses controllers where the common underlying idea is about moving the participant's hand along a desired trajectory. And when the participant moves it along a desired trajectory, the robot should not intervene. And if the participant deviates from the trajectory, the robot creates a restoring force, which is generated using an appropriately designed mechanical impedance. Now, this promotes assistance as needed. As we have discussed earlier, we want assistance as needed. We do not want to provide assistance if the person doing the exercise can do it. But if the person doing the exercise cannot do it, we provide assistance. So this impedance-based assistance provides assistance as needed. And this assistance increases as the participant deviates from the desired trajectory. The first assistive robotic therapy controllers within the impedance-based assistance were proportional feedback position controllers. However, most subsequent therapy devices included retraining upper extremity movement and walking that relied on not only position feedback, but some more sophisticated forms of mechanical impedance than stiffness, including, for example, in the most recent ones, viscous force fields or virtual object obstacles that assist in achieving the desired moment, or creating user-definable mechanical limits for complex postural or locomotor movements. Now, here is the circuit schematic for the impedance-based control. The goal of the impedance control is to define the desired impedance between our desired input position, which is marked as XD here, and the actuator force, which is FA. The impedance control that is shown here comprises an inner force loop. So that's an inner force loop that controls Fs, and an outer position feedback loop with a position sensor. So if you look at this closely, you would see that what you are controlling is not only position, but the force. And the force control is happening based on the position control. So the measured position is used as an input to an impedance control containing the desired impedance parameter here in the form of ZD, and the impedance control generates a desired force FD. The desired actuator force and the actual kinematic trajectory that I have are used to control the robot through the inner force control loop, and as a result, the robot executes the command and applies an assistive force FA on the user to perform the desired motion. Now, this idea of impedance control is related to the high performance requirement for the inner force loop. Depending on the coupled system dynamics, a very low gain for the force control can cause inferior performance, whereas if I have a very high gain here, I can lead to instability. So design of these controllers is a very involved task and has been an area of research. Why I am emphasizing this in every slide that I present is which is research and what is the state of art that I am presenting, is because I have a group of young dynamic engineering faculty here. I really want to impress upon them that these are problems that one could take up and then separate out the hype that is created in robotics and AI from the hope that it holds for us. So we as engineers need to really separate the hype from the hope and come up with devices that are really implementable in real practice, so that the hype that we have created of robotics and AI really turns into hope for the underprivileged, as including people who have lost their abilities to move hands and legs. So the idea of neurorehabilitation is put to practice. Now, the other idea, which is the idea of admittance control, all comprises an admittance-based trajectory and a force sensor in a feedback loop. So here are the admittance control scheme guarantees back drivability by control. So the huge advantage of these type of control here, now you could see that the position control is the inner loop and the force is the outer loop. The huge advantage is its robustness. thanks to this inner position control. The objective of the inner loop is to accurately track the desired trajectory as fast as possible, while the outer force loop is responsible for modifying the force position relation and try to keep things in place. So this also generates assistance as needed. All of these technologies that I'm talking of here, or if you see, this force Fs is sensed based on the desired impedance parameters. Thus, the admittance control paradigm is the preferred approach, which shows considerable advantage for applications requiring large stiffnesses, such as for haptic devices or exoskeleton robots. The control strategies that are providing assistance provides assistance as a function of time. And here on your screens is an illustration to bring home the point of type of assistance as a function of time. Here I have different type of assistance: continuous, time triggered, activity triggered, pulsed, or challenge based assistance. And for each type of assistance, the time of activation and its relationship to the patient's voluntary activity is shown here. The one marked in blue is the robot assistance or resistance, whereas the one marked in orange is the patient voluntary activity. So as you could see here, the challenge-based assistance, the patient voluntary activity needs to be greater than that of the robot assistance being provided. In contrast to the other cases, where the patient needs to exert a force that is generally lower in magnitude than that exerted by the robot. In continuous or in challenge-based, both this patient's voluntary activity and robot assistance start at the same time. Whereas in triggered assistance, either in time triggered or activity triggered, the patient's voluntary activity ceases once the robot takes over. So this is something that we have been looking at of how to get triggerings done in this assistance, and is one of the major research within my lab. Another stuff that is very important is about determining the neuromotor recovery. So determining of neuromotor recovery or regulation of task difficulty or the desired performance can be implemented by regulating assistance. So that regulation of assistance has to be done not only by looking at the motor cortex that I started my talk with, not only the signals from the brain, but also the signals that are coming to the muscles for a patient. So the idea behind this concept is to control motor recovery process through performance-based regulation of the training paradigms. And we represent the whole system through a control loop in which the motor control system of the patient influences the performance of the motor task using voluntary activity, and the resulting performance influences both the motor control here, the motor control, as well as the sensory system and the robot, which in turn can really influence the amount of assistance provided. So what I am trying to say here is the assistance that I provide is not completely dependent on just predefined terms. It is defined by the amount that I can send on my own through voluntary activity, And for that, I sense it through the human senses. And the amount of assistance that the system is provided is sensed through the robot sensors. And assistance is based on these two, rather than just being predefined notions. And this ensures that I have assistance as needed, or what is called performance-based adaptation of the activity that I'm doing. So for this, if you have realized what I mean, I need to really understand the physiological signals of the muscles, as well as the physiological signals coming from the brain. So let us take a look at how that is achieved in terms of signals that come to the muscles. So the surface electromyography, or EMG, the physiological signals that are measurement of muscles' electrical activity from the surface of the limb, gives us an idea of the activation of different muscles and can be used to avoid slacking and provide robotic assistance. Now, traditional control concepts have been extended into the consideration of human motion intention during the robotic training, and signals recorded from selected muscles has been used as an indicator of training patterns. Like here, I have shown you motor commands from the surface EMG, that is electromyogram, measurement of muscles activity, that comes from the motor cortex, originates at the motor cortex here, comes via the spinal loop, the spinal cord, to the muscles here. And if I was talking of the hand and controlling the extreme upper limb, then I was talking of muscle groups like extensor carpi radialis is muscle, and extensor digitorum muscle. What is the challenge here? The challenge here is these commands that originate in the brain reaches the muscles. They take around 100 to 200 milliseconds to reach the spinal cord, and from the spinal cord to the muscles, some 30 milliseconds more. So you have a time window of around 250 milliseconds to decide what are the signals, what is it that is coming to you, recognize it, and do the control. So you have a very small time window. And that's why artificial intelligence, particularly machine learning algorithms, need to be tailored to actually understand what type of signals is this muscle trying to convey to us, so as assistance can then be triggered. Now, in terms of the psychological signals of EEG, while these EEG signals have been widely used, there are some challenges in reliability and accuracy in collection of the EMG signals. These psychological signals of the muscles are sensitive to electrode placement, interference, and therefore, even though they have been widely used for triggering robotic actions, like in robot-assisted therapy, to triggering kinematic motions, what has lately been a shift towards directly understanding the brain activity. So brain activity monitoring is one of the major challenges of neurorehabilitation. Here on your screens, I have shown you typical electrode placement locations for a number of different technologies available for monitoring brain activity. you could remain at the scalp itself and use what are called electroencephalogram, but then you could be not touching it and doing a non-contact MEG or fMRI. You could go inside to electrode arrays or remain at the subdural space using ECOG. So there are different technologies that could be used, but the idea is that these technologies, the signal resolution and the neural interface placement, and decides what you really want. In general, the more invasive the neural interface, the higher the accessible spatial and temporal resolution. So the scalp-mounted EEG electrodes and the ECOG electrodes just under the dura mater record cross-cortical oscillations, while the intercortical electrode arrays can detect single-cell activity. But nevertheless, we are more interested in the non-invasive EEG electrodes, for in spite of being low in spatiotemporal resolution, they do not interfere with the neural circuitry of the brain, and being on the surface, they provide an easy way of accessibility. So the neural source of EEG is the synchronized synaptic activity of the neurons that I have shown you towards the beginning of this lecture. And these neurons create an extracellular voltage that is more negative than elsewhere along the neuron. And that voltage is what we want to cover. And this dipole, which is a region of positive charge separated from a region of negative charge by some distance, is picked up by the electrodes. So in terms of the signals from the brain or the triggering, the psychological control of using electroencephalogram signals is referred to as EEG triggered assistance. The brain-computer interface technologies that have been developed by extracting neurophysiological signals from the brain to control robotic devices is something which is still an area of research. The scientific interest here is corroborated by the fact that these signals can be used even in the earliest phases of recovery from diseases such as stroke, when the injured human upper limb is not able to infer any movement intention based on EMG to guide the robotic training. So people who have completely lost their neuromuscular control, we will not get any EMG from the muscles that I was talking a little while ago. And this happens particularly in the early phases of stroke recovery. So when the injured human upper limb is not able to infer movement intentions to guide robotic training from any of the available peripheral biometric measurements, such as EMG activity or joint displacement, such physiological control of EEG signals is what one needs to use. And this is what people have been doing in order to use this physiological EEG signals. Now, let me take 1 minute to just review for your completeness. I know many of you know this, but just for completeness, this brain-computer interface is what we are talking of when we are talking of EEG-triggered assistance in neurorehabilitation. And it is a computer-based system that acquires the brain signals, analyzes them, and translates them into commands that are then relayed to an output device to carry out a desired action. Specific regions of the brain are actually responsible for motor planning. And then the EEG activity in this region indicates motor imagery, imagination of moving arms, even when someone is paralyzed. And once the rehabilitation robot can detect increased EEG activity, it activates assistance along some predefined trajectory. And this could lead to significantly better rehabilitation outcome than equivalent amount of robotic assistance at random. Recent publications in the literature are including clinical trial reportings have shown that if you do motor imagery triggering and practice together with physical practice using a robotic device, you have better neuroplasticity than doing each of them as distinct exercises. So one needs to really combine the physical practice with the motor imagery, EEG triggered practice, and then we have better neuroplasticity. Remember, neuroplasticity is about recreating the neural circuitry in the brain and that gets damaged due to disease or lesions. And this is the aim of neurorehabilitation. So restoring natural feedback is also possible using EEG triggered assistance. What I have shown here is something that's very earnestly taken up by a lot of people within neurorehabilitation today, is about not just putting the commands from the brain via the spinal cords and the muscles into the robotic devices, but get the sensory receptors of the human body, carry the robotic sensed data back into the sensory neuron, back to the brain again. So that would really restore natural feedback into such robotic assistive devices. Now, just to give you an idea on how motor imagery and EEG can do triggering here, the continuous brain waves that we have is one of the following. It could be delta, theta, alpha, beta, mu, lambda, and this is brain waves that we have. Alpha, beta, and mu are very important for us when we talk of EEG triggering for neurorehabilitation, because this alpha, beta, mu, they reduce amplitude with sensory stimulation or mental imagery. Beta can increase in amplitude during intense mental activity. And once you start moving or you have generated the intention of moving, mu diminishes very fast. So tracking alpha, beta, mu rhythms of the brain waves or the EEG is good enough for any EEG triggered assistance that we want to really have. So here is a motor imagery scalp EEG training session, and for really creating a motor imagery EEG brain computer interface for neurorehabilitation. And that's my student recording her EEG signals. And in order to do this EEG triggered assistance, what you have to do is really get this signals and then do a pattern recognition problem of what is the type of signal or diminution in alpha, beta, mu, changes in alpha, beta, mu with respect to the type of task that I am thinking. It cannot be arbitrarily that I just come and record signals. And that is what I said when I said there is a lot of hype. There is a lot of hype using things like Neuralink and other neural interfaces. But then getting the EEG, really identify a particular type of motor imagery is itself a huge problem. So here we have looked at three different operations. One of holding a glass, another of pinching a medicine out of a box, and fisting or putting your fist together. So three muscle activities you do not perform, you imagine. Okay, that's when you start imagining, and that's called motor imagery. So you do motor imagery, and this motor imagery, I collect signals from the brain, the EEG signals, and I solve a pattern recognition problem to correlate this motion with the EEG pattern. Once I do this, then I know what I am doing in terms of my EEG signals. So the top portion of this figure that you can see on your screens now, you can see a subject who is giving you EEG signals in terms of motor imagery. And the bottom portion is about capturing his EMG signals. So what we have now done is looked at the signals coming from the brain and looked at the signals that are generated in the muscles. And this is called the corticomuscular coupling. We have established the correlation between the muscle signal and the brain signal, and that's corticomuscular coupling. So based on this, a supervisory controller here can meditate how much of control needs to be done by the human and how much of control needs to be passed to the mechanical system. So you should appreciate here that the brain now is used as a sensing device. The EEG is giving you a sense of the capabilities of the human being to move his hand. So it's a sensing device. It's a sensor. The brain is a sensor now rather than a driver. And the sense signal from the brain and the sense signals from the muscles, which are both sensors, as I get the feeling of the human sense abilities, is passed on to the robotic controller, which then controls or meditates how much of things must be manual control that is passed to the human being, or how much of this I need to adapt, the robotic system need to adapt itself. And then it passes this control signals to what we call the local control layer, which is an electromechanical control system of sensing and control, which drives the exoskeleton. Now, this is what we refer to as the EEG-EMG hybrid adaptive controller. All right. We started our discussion by saying we have high-level control strategies. So these high-level control strategies that we have been speaking of, if you remember, were basically including stuff like assistive control and things like challenge-based controller and haptic simulation. And then in assistive controller, you could see that we could do things by EEG triggering and EMG triggering. What we have now done here is that we have combined this by exploiting the corticomuscular coupling, the coupling between the brain and the muscles that we have. We have exploited this to have an adaptive controller triggering your assistance level. So what such an adaptive controller does is allows you to really understand how control is happening in the face of the human's inability to move or ability to move. That is, given the human's ability to do a lot of control, a lot of things is done by the human himself. So I retain the residual skills and I provide assistance as minimal as required. Now we have done some research in this area, and we have seen that motor imagery, that is imagination of motor functions and by the brain alone, induces a lot of fatigue. And this mental fatigue affects the motor imagery, EEG separability. The pattern recognition problem is disrupted. So such analysis has rarely been done in the literature, and we thought of doing this. So we looked at motor fatigue, and we thought of monitoring fatigue while performing motor imagery and coming up with an adaptive brain-computer interface. So for this, we did what is called the kernel Purcell least square based monitoring. Now, least square is a regression and method, and we looked at the partial least square, and then we used it in a kernel implementation, and we came up with this kernel partial least square maximum relevant minimum redundancy feature vector identification. Once we have these features, we monitor the change in fatigue levels and estimate the growth of fatigue. And once we know how fatigue is impacting the signals of the motor imagery, we take some form of correction. So here on your screens, I show you some amount of topographical maps of the motor imagery and mental fatigue plots of a human being on alpha, theta, and delta rhythms. And if you could see, that's the nose on the top side. That's protrusion is the nose, and these are the ears. So you could see that as I go on towards the last run, my fatigue increases. More of red things come. So as more of red things comes, I have more fatigue, and the signal quality decreases. So I need to somehow use machine learning to create a way to overcome this. So we have designed something called the adaptive common spatial pattern, which is an unsupervised adaptive method to update the spatial patterns by tracking the mental fatigue. I do not want to go into the detail of this, but what I want to emphasize by showing you this is that such machine learning algorithms are ingrained into neurorehabilitation. And that is why, if you remember, in the very first slide that I had introduced the term neurorehabilitation, I had emphasized on the point that neurorehabilitation is about considering rehabilitation as a general learning problem within machine learning and examine it from the perspective of theoretical machine learning algorithms such as supervised, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. We have used unsupervised learning to learn how our brain signals deteriorate motor imagery as we get fatigued. And we have been able to come up with a CSP and adaptive CSP. So the CSP is a traditional common spatial pattern that measures brain signals. And as we fatigue, you can see the intensity of the signal goes lower. On your right, you could see our adaptive common spatial pattern where intensity is retained, and I could really see how much fatigue I have become. So then this adaptation by the system and the controller for triggering using EEG or EMG could be better, and I could have a better adaptive controller. So the brain-computer interface, which I was having now, not only plays the actor's role of manual control, driving the manual control, it also plays the sensor role and drives the adaptation module, telling me how much I must adapt because I'm getting fatigued, because I'm not able to do good control, and the mediator then controls the exoskeleton. So this is adaptation and or adaptive collaborative control. Collaborative because here the system and the machine, the system and the man, they are at the same level, and we assume the system to be cognitively enabled to be able to reason and cooperate with the machine as it works. Now, finally, to conclude my talk, I make a certain comments that may not be very encouraging for the field of neurorehabilitation, but nevertheless, we should realize that we have a long way to go. So numerous efforts have been made for neurorehabilitation driven through advances in controls and robotics. Many of these devices, as I have shown you in 3 slides, have been also put to clinical practice, like Locomat, MIT Manas, and T-Rex and other neurorehabilitation devices. But we have still a long way to go. Advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning puts us in a very interesting position and gives us the ability to enhance assistive control so as to embrace adaptation based on psychological responses, as I have discussed towards the end of my talk, very abstract manner, I have told you how we could go on doing adaptation based on psychological responses of EEG. But this could be taken up very seriously within the neurorehabilitation community. And then these strategies need to be further evaluated and integrated into clinical practice. And only then, I believe, it would be possible to push forward the agenda of neurorehabilitation. Rehabilitation robots, on the other hand, in terms of the electronics, the mechanics, or what we call the mechatronics, and I love the term biomechatronic systems, need to be augmented with high-level decision making, or they should be cognitively enabled. Here I mean by cognitively enabling the very fact that these systems should have embedded cognitive architectures in them so that they can take independent decisions. Having cognitive architectures in some systems will allow them to work at the same level as the human user, and they can operate more autonomously rather than having pre-programmed systems. Like, even if you realize, for the EEG triggered assistance, I said you take brain function and you trigger. But once you trigger, you follow a predefined path of what to do. That should not happen. The system itself should be the automation to take and operate, take decisions on the fly and operate autonomously. Combination of novel artificial intelligence methods, better computational models of motor learning and recovery, I think will leverage the therapeutic advantage of rehabilitation robots. And this would possibly in the coming time lead to their wider adaptation in different settings and possibly create a society that Aristotle had dreamt of, or Thomas Hobbes had thought of years ago, about having systems that operate on its own without any control from a master, and then these systems could so much be part of our own body that it would be difficult to make a distinction between what is your biomechatronic arm and what is your living arm, or what is your human limb. With that, I stop my presentation, and I am open to any questions and discussion in the remaining 1 or 2 minutes, whatever is left. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we have few questions from the participants. So shall I share the questions, sir?
Yes, sure, no problem.
Okay. So if you could stop presenting your screen, I could share mine.
Sure.
Thank you,
Hope
sir.
we are not taking more time than required.
Yes,
are
sir.
on time.
Just we have 3-4 minutes left. Thank
Okay,
you, sir.
fine. No, yeah. Yes, I have stopped presenting.
We are sharing, sir. Maxim.
Yeah, I can see that. Should I start answering one by one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You can start with the first one.
question. How can we compare the physiotherapy machines in market with robotic neurorehabilitation? Now, this is a question that is very open. When you say physiotherapy machines, if these machines are not ingrained with any form of intelligence to decide how much assistance need to be provided, then they are ones that only provide biological recovery of the muscular system. If you have got my first very emphasis here on the talk, I need to really build up neuroplasticity, and that is through sustained training. So a physiotherapy machine would work, but it would work under a guidance of an expert who would know how much sustained training I need to give you and at what amount. It is not for somebody to bring it home and do it on its own. So it would need an expert guidance. What we are saying in robotic neurorehabilitation is we are moving that expert guidance, number one, and number two, that expert guidance level, we are taking it to a higher level by saying we can also monitor physiological signals and make additions based on how much is required. So physiotherapy machines are okay to a level, but under a expert guidance. Robotic neurorehabilitation, live expert guidance, because that will bring in human error. Number one. Number two, add more levels of sophistication by bringing in expert guidance and monitoring of the level of activity that is present or the level of activity that I need to include by bringing in better measurements. Hope that answers your question. Robotic neurorehabilitation has any application in COVID analysis? I do not know. To be honest, neurorehabilitation as such is about long-term process of regaining in the neural circuitry. And I'm not an expert on COVID to comment on this. But of course, robotic technologies have been used, robotic and AI has been used in COVID in a large way. In fact, most of the drug repurposing that has been done in COVID is within the area of robotics and AI. So that's something that is answer to the second question. Will AI and IoT impact the profession of health service professionals? That's a big yes. Yes, AI and IoT would impact the profession of health service professionals in a big way. Let me give you two examples and I'll stop there. Number one, if you think of IoT as a service provider, there is a company called Sensium Vitals in Europe, which is about getting all your vital signals like heartbeat, pulse, temperature, EEG and all. And they put it on patients and then they send it to this cloud. And from the cloud, a service is provided to the nurses station and the doctors. So that's called automated patient monitoring. And most of the European hospitals does it that way, rather than nurses visiting the patient every time. So that's something we need to take a note of. Another thing is IBM Watson's program, or for that matter, a lot of deep learning systems. One that I can name is the one, and that is for breast cancer analysis, which is doing better or giving better results. The one by MIT on breast cancer analysis is giving better results than traditional ways of really identifying breast cancer in early mammograms. So yes, AI and IoT is going to be making a huge impact in the profession of health service, but as the hype created by the media, AI is not going to replace the health professional. I would love to look at AI here being augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence. So it will only augment the intelligence level of the healthcare professionals to provide what is called patient-specific or patient-tailored healthcare monitoring or healthcare services. Right now, we have a rule of thumb. You go for a fever, you are given a drug. That over the years will reduce, and we will have, because of AI, what is called patient-centric and patient-specific healthcare services provided. Final question maybe, is it possible to create, please stop me if I am infringing on someone else's time. So is it possible to create a robot or a device that works on the brain waves without physically fitting any equipment or device on your body, just like so that we can directly control without any control? Yes, there are non-invasive non-contact brain signal processing systems. If you have looked at my slide where I had shown you different brain signal processing things, fMRI and MEG, these are systems that allow you to really look at the hemodynamic of the brain to understand the brain activity without going in. So such systems can be in place. But having said that, as you go from something that is invasive to non-invasive to non-contact, you lose spatiotemporal resolution. So resolution is something that goes 4 and 4. Or in theory, yes, but resolution goes 4 and 4. So in EEG triggered, is it important to think of the action we should perform, or it would be able to automatically pick up? No, it will not be able to automatically pick up anything. That's a hype. The reality is you need to really make your brain in signals aligned to create the dipole that I was talking. So as you think of things or motor imagine, the motor cortex, the C3, C4 here, and the CZ here are at the center of the brain. And these is signals, the alpha, beta, mu rhythms, they either increase in amplitude, decrease in amplitude because of motor activity or motor imagination. And that is what is picked up, not anything arbitrarily. Okay, so that is something that we need to really understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So you have answered all the questions, sir. We are very thankful to you for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Once again, thank you for listening to our call, sir.
Thank you. It was a great pleasure to associate with you, and I look forward to having more associations with our college. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Can I leave the call now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have
you.
a nice day.
Thank
Bye.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Dear participants, we have the second technical session starting at 11:10 sharp. The second session starts in 4 minutes.
This is Prasad Ghoshal. Can you hear me?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yeah.
So can I just, unlike last time, can I just show one slide and make sure everything is working
Yes, sir.
fine?
Yes,
Sure,
sir.
sir, sure.
Okay, good. Just 1 minute. Can you see this?
Yes, sir.
This slide called Control of Robots. Hello?
Yes, sir. So can you maximize the...
Yeah, that I will do.
Okay.
Just give me a minute. I will
Yeah.
do that. Can you see it now?
It's very clear, sir.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So I'll leave it like this, and then whenever you start, you let me know, and I will start.
We'll start the session in 2 minutes, sir.
Sure, good. I'll
Okay.
wait for you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good morning once again. Let's move on to the second technical session of the day on the topic Control of Robots by Dr. Ashitava Ghoshal. Sir is not new to most of us, as Sir gave us an informative session on the second day of our STTP on the topic Introduction to Robotics, the Science and Technology of Robots. But for those participants who are new today, let me brief about Sir. Dr. Ashitava Ghoshal is a professor working in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore since 2015. He did his post-graduation at the University of Florida after completing his bachelor's degree program at IIT Kanpur. Professor Ghoshal received his doctoral degree from the prestigious Stanford University, USA in the year 1986. He is an expert in the areas of kinematics, dynamics, control and design of robots and other computer-controlled mechanical systems, theoretical and numerical investigations of nonlinear dynamical systems, kinematics of parallel mechanisms and manipulators, and design of mechanical systems, biomedical devices. Apart from being the author of 3 books, Professor Ghoshal also has publications in 64 journals and 37 conferences. He holds the co-ownership of patents on a portable system for refrigeration, an apparatus to maintain temperature of an object, safety cap and sealing system for LPG cylinder, laparoscopic apparatus, foldable bicycle, and a device for transferring subject from source platform to target platform. We are really happy to have you again in this session, sir, and looking forward to the talk. We are honored to have you for our STTP program. I hand over the session to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Welcome to this session. Good morning. So today's talk would be on control of robots. So if there are any questions, please just speak up because I can't see the hands or I cannot find out who is talking. Or you can ask me at the end, whichever way you want to go about doing it.
So we have a question answer session by the end of the session. We'll be sharing your questions, sir.
Sure, good. Both are fine. But
Thank
if there is any very urgent question, somebody is urgently requires some clarification, you can stop me also.
Okay, sir.
Not an issue.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so the contents of this talk for this control of robot are these topics. So first topic is motion planning for control. So anyone who has done a basic course in control will know that you need to know what is the trajectory that you want to follow or what is the motion that you are trying to control. So in a robot, it is important to also specify the desired motion. And in order to specify the desired motion, you need to plan the desired motion. So that is the first topic. The second topic is I would like to introduce this control of a robot by taking a very simple example, because this example we can very easily see what is going on. And the simplest possible robot is a link robot, a single link robot. So we'll look at that. Okay. Then the third topic is joint space control of a multi-link serial robot. And okay. And fourth topic is Cartesian space control of a serial robot. And finally, we will look at some new control issues. So till now, we were looking at only trajectory control, or we want to control the motion of the, say, the welding torch or any other item which the robot is carrying. However, sometimes you would like to control the force which the robot is applying. So that is the last topic, and then we will conclude this talk. So let's continue. Let's go to the first topic, which is motion planning for control. So as I said, we would like to specify the desired trajectory of a robot or a manipulator. And what do we mean by desired trajectory? We want to Close the door. Time history of position and velocity and acceleration of the actuated joints of the end effector. So we would like to develop algorithms for planning and generation. And the main issues in motion planning is that we want to be very easy and simple to plan this trajectory. It should be also quite flexible. Sometimes ease of planning also causes problems in flexibility. Simple things cannot be very flexible. We also want this trajectory to be very smooth, sufficiently smooth, so as to not to cause vibration or jerky motion. Okay. And finally, we want to represent this trajectory efficiently in a computer. Why? Because we would like to generate this trajectory in real time. Okay, so I will come to this notion of what is a real time little later. So there are two main ways a robot trajectory is specified. First is called joint space schemes. So basically, I would like to give the time history of a single or multiple joints. So basically, we want set t equals 0. This is what theta1 or first joint should be. T equals 10 seconds. This is what the first joint should be, and so on. We would sometimes also specify the trajectory in terms of Cartesian space. So Cartesian space basically means we would like to tell this is the position and orientation of the end effector of the robot. So remember, a robot contains an end effector, which could be a welding torch, it could be some other parts or a tool. So we would like to know what is the trajectory this tool should follow. Okay. Typically, in any trajectory, you would give an initial and a final point. Okay. And also you would say, I would give the initial and final velocity. Okay. So I want to start from 0 velocity and end with 0 velocity. Let's say this is an example, or I could be through a middle via point. This is a very important concept. So I would like to go from point A to point B, but at point in between a point, I would like to hold this object such that it is measured by a sensor. Okay. So that is called as a via point. So these are the possibilities: initial and final point, initial and final velocity, and similarly, what is the velocity or the position at a via point. Most robots also require that the trajectory is smooth. Okay. And what do we mean by smooth? We want at least the acceleration to be continuous. Okay. So this is in computer-aided design or in robotics community, it is called a C2 continuity. Okay. The second derivatives are continuous. Finally, we would, as I said, we want to generate this trajectory efficiently. So, and in real time. So what is this efficiently and real time? So typical robots require the next trajectory and the following trajectory at a rate which is between 50 and 200 hertz. Okay. So 50 hertz is like 20 milliseconds. 200 hertz is like 5 milliseconds. So if I tell you it should be 30 degrees now, the next one at 31 degrees should come within either between 20 and 5 milliseconds. Okay. So this means that I need to present this trajectory reasonably quickly, but it is not a very serious issue nowadays. Okay. So most modern processors can compute things much faster, but this used to be reasonably important issue when the initially robot controllers were designed. Okay, let's continue. So as I said, we want C2 continuity, and the simplest possible C2 continuity is a polynomial, which is a cubic. Okay, so in a cubic trajectory, basically we have 4 parameters: A0, A1, A2, and A3. So in this, T is the time. So we'll start from some T0 and end at TF. And theta1, let's say we are planning for the first joint, which is theta1. So these 4 coefficients, A0, A1, A2, and A3 are unknowns at the moment. Okay. So if I can tell you what these are, I can give values of T and I can keep on computing theta1 at every time instant. To obtain these 4 coefficients, basically we use the initial and final conditions that has been given. So I would like to start from some theta1 0, and end at theta 1 f. Similarly, I would like to start from a known velocity theta 1 0 and end at theta 1 dot f. So if I substitute these four quantities in that initial equation, I will get four linear equations, four unknowns. What are the four unknowns? A0, A1, A2, and A3. So if you substitute these four conditions in this equation, I will get four equations. And for T0 equals 0, you can see that A0 will be theta 1f. Okay, you can quickly see. So if T0, if T equals 0, then all these last three terms will go to 0. So theta 1f will be A0. Likewise, A1 will be theta 1 dot 0 and so on. So, and A2 and A3 also we can find. Okay. So example, let's say I want to go from theta 1 0, which is 30 degrees, and I want to go to 60 degrees. Okay, initial I give some arbitrary velocity 10 degrees per second, and I want to be at minus 30 degrees per second. So I just substitute all this, and I can show, you can see that A0, A1, A2, and A3 can be derived. The units are dropped in this example. And then the equation for theta 1 cubic equation is given in this form. Okay, so and we can plot this. So these are plotted in MATLAB. So you can see here that the trajectory is quite smooth. Okay, this is a cubic joint trajectory. The position is theta 1 is like this. Theta 1 dot will be a quadratic, and theta 1 double dot it will be linear. Okay, we can take the derivatives, and all of them are continuous. So this is what is called a C2 continuity. Okay, so the joint space schemes are very useful because I want to control the motion of a joint. Okay, however, a more natural way is to look at the motion of the end effector. Okay, so motion planning of an end effector means I need to tell you what is the position and orientation of this end effector at each instant of time. So these are also called Cartesian space schemes for motion planning. Okay, so as I said, it is more natural. You can clearly see that I can move the end effector along a straight line. I want to weld along a straight line. Okay, and for the robot operator, it is very, very natural, and it's very easy for the robot operator to say go along a straight line at such and such velocity. Okay, and keep the welding torch always vertical to the horizontal plane. Okay, it's also very easy to visualize and check for obstacles. So for example, a robot operator can say go straight, but then he can very easily see if it is hitting some obstacle or not along the way. Okay, it is slightly more harder to plan the orientation, but not very hard. For position, it is very, very easy. I can just tell you X, Y, Z. So for Cartesian space schemes, there are two well-known approaches. One is called linear interpolation. So it is basically a straight line path between two given positions. And there's something called circular interpolation. Circular interpolation means basically I'll give you 3 points and you have to go in a circular arc. Okay. And if you think about it, if I have a very, very complicated path, I want to weld in a very strange way, I can always break it up into smaller linear pieces and circular pieces. Okay. And what is the goal? That all these small pieces or all these paths must be C2 continuous. And how do we plan straight line? Just to give you an idea, it is not very hard. So if I give you some x0, y0, z0, and xf, yf, zf, and similarly x dot 0, y dot 0, z dot 0, and the final velocities. So the equation of a straight line in 3D space can be written as y is some x minus xt into slope plus yf and z. So I can write x, y, y and z as a function of time given x of t. Okay. So what is the simplest thing to do? You plan x of t as a cubic using x0, xf, x0 dot, xf dot, find the four coefficients, and then compute y and z from x of t. So we know that it will always be along a straight line. And since x of t is smooth and this y is a linear relationship with x of t and z is a linearly related to x of t, both x, y, z, everything will be smooth. Okay, how about circular? Little bit more complicated. Basically, you are given 3 points in 3D space. Okay, so first thing to do is we need to find the plane in which these 3 points are lying, and then in that plane we find the arc of a circle which is going through these 3 points, and then we find the center and the radius of that circle. So this is what is given. X of t is a and r. A is the origin of the circular arc and r is the radius of the circular arc, and y is like this. So basically we have reduced these points into one single parameter phi of t, and a and b and r are given to you. So what you can do is you can plan this phi of t as a cubic trajectory, and then you can compute x, y, and z, and then you can show that the end effector traces the circular trajectory. One alternate way, which many people have tried, is to use inverse kinematics. Okay, so I do not know if I briefly talked about what is inverse kinematics in my first talk. So basically, if I tell you x, y, z, I can find out what is theta 1, theta 2, theta 3, the joint, by using inverse kinematics, and then I can plan the trajectory using the joints and then convert it back to x, y, z. Okay, so this will give you approximate straight lines. It will not be exactly straight line, or approximate circular, not exactly, but it can be very close. Okay, how about orientation? So there are various representation of orientation. I talked about rotation matrix, angle axis, and so on. To plan the trajectory for orientation, what is very often used, what is commonly used, is something called Euler parameters. I very briefly talked about what was Euler parameter, I think. Okay, so these are 4 parameters plus 1 constraint, and these are epsilon, 0, epsilon tool, 0 and tf, and initial and again final epsilon, and the constraint is there. So we must interpolate between these 2 points such that it satisfies this constraint all the time. The tricky thing is, if I told you what is the initial velocity and final velocity or angular velocity, how do you relate to those initial and final angular velocity to this epsilon, to these Euler parameters? So this is possible. It is not very straightforward, but it is possible, because it is not as simple as x and x dot. So the derivative of Euler parameters is not the angular velocity. That is what I was trying to tell you. Okay, so in summary, so motion planning generates desired motion for the controller, because the controller needs to know what is the next place I should be. In joint space schemes, we independently generate all the theta desired for all the n actuated joints. In Cartesian space schemes, we plan using straight line or circular trajectories. Okay, so one thing that you can see till now, that we have not taken into account any dynamics, or if the motor can supply the required torque or not. Okay, so this is a slightly advanced topic, but people have worked on it. So if I give you a trajectory, you have to make sure that at any time you are not exceeding the maximum torque which the motor can apply. And people have done optimization, people have derived algorithms, and this is one such example, Bobro, Italian 83, where you take into account what are the constraints on the torque and maximum velocity or maximum acceleration at a motor. Okay, so I now have one of the tool in control, which is basically that I can tell you what is the desired trajectory for either a joint or for the whole robot, or either in terms of joint space or in terms of Cartesian quantities. So now let's look at the next important thing. How do I control one of the link of the robot? What are some of the tools? Okay, so what do we have? We have the desired joint motion, theta d, from motion planning. And what is the goal of control? We want the robot to follow this desired trajectory accurately. Okay, and more importantly, we want it to follow this desired trajectory in spite of external disturbances and internal parameter changes. Okay, so what is external disturbances? So you can think of the robot first joint is rotating in a desired manner, but suddenly you hit it, okay, or maybe it touches something, or there is a change in some voltage, the voltage which is being fed to the motor. Okay, so then the trajectory will change. However, we want to minimize those effects of external disturbance. Likewise, I have designed a controller which will work in, let's say, Bangalore, and I take it to Rajasthan, where the temperature is much higher. It should still be possible to track the trajectory as close as possible. Okay, and what do we have? We have this whole idea of a feedback. Okay, so I have a desired trajectory, and I know what the robot is doing by means of some measurement, and I want to minimize the error between desired and actual using feedback. This is a standard concept in all control. Okay, everybody should know this. And if I want to do this minimizing error using feedback, I need to measure something. Okay, and I hope somebody has discussed some quantities on. So measurement of joint rotation is one such sensor. Okay, we can use an optical encoder, for example. So I have desired, I have measurement, I have some feedback, but then what do we do with the feedback? Okay, so there are these various ways of using feedback, and one such technique is called linear control. Okay, which is what we will look at. So this is a very, very standard start that we use everything, assume everything to be linear, and it can be controlled using linear control, and then we'll see what it is doing, and then if necessary we can use advanced nonlinear control schemes. Okay, so let's continue. So as I said, I want to show you how we can control one single link of a robot. Okay, so this is a model of a single link. Okay, so this is the link. I hope you can see my cursor, and this is the motor. So it turns out that this motor, typical DC servo motors rotate very fast. You know, it's rated at 2000 RPM or 3000 RPM. Okay, however, 2000 RPM or 3000 RPM will make this link spin very fast. Okay, you can do simple back of the envelope calculations and show that it is much, much faster than what we want. So we need a speed reducer, a gearbox. So typical speeds that we want is about 60 RPM. Okay, so we need large speed reduction. So in this example, in this model, I am assuming that we get this large speed reduction in only one stage, but that is not correct. Okay, we will have various several stages. Okay, those of you who are mechanical engineers, you know that typical speed reducers is like 1:6 or 1:10. However, here we need 1:, something like maybe 60, 70 or something, or more than that. Okay, so but the basic idea is, as far as control is concerned, I'm not going into the design of a gearbox. So we have one gear which is N1 teeth. We have another gear which is N2 teeth. The ratio of N1 by N2 is N. So N is much, much less than 1. That is all we need to know. To model this motor, we have which this motor is flying. Then you have the rotation of the motor shaft, which is theta m. And then there is some bearing, which is friction and inertia at this bearing and in this motor shaft, which are denoted by Fm and Jm. Likewise, on the output side, you will have theta L, which is the rotation of this link, and TL is the torque which is applied to this link, and you have some inertia and friction. Okay, that's all we need. So we don't need anything else in this model. So if you assume that there is no energy loss at the gear tooth contacts, the equation of motion can be written in this form. Everybody can see this, which is nothing but I alpha plus some friction loss will be equal to the torque which you are applying. So in this case, the torque is the motor torque plus also this TL, which is this link is seeing. Okay, and because of the gearbox, you will have this N square here, one N square here, and some N here. Okay, so N is typically small, around 0.01. So basically what this equation is telling you, that the effect of the load is not seen by the motor, which is true, right? If you have any gearbox with a large speed reduction, you do not see what is happening to the load. The load is sort of decoupled from the motor. The effect of the external force or torque is also reduced by a factor of n. Okay. So in multi-link robots with gear reduction at the joints, the effect of the coupling torque from the next link to the previous link is also reduced. So coupling torque is this NL, N into TL. And this is one of the reasons why linear control schemes work in industrial robots. So even now, many industrial robots use linear control schemes. Why? Because all the coupling from other links, which is here, all the friction, everything which is happening on the load side will get multiplied by n square. And if n is 10 to the power minus 2, n square is 10 minus 4. So all these things become very small. We need also a model for this DC motor. So typically, this is a very well-known standard model for a DC motor. So we are applying some voltage, VA. The armature is a coil, okay? The stator is a coil, so which has a resistance RA and inductance LA. There's a current which is flowing, and which is typical DC servo motors have the rotor as permanent magnet. So this will start rotating with theta m dot, okay? So these are all the variables that we require. We need a voltage, we need resistance, we need inductance, a current, and theta m dot. Okay. The torque which the motor generates is given by Kt times Ia. This is very well known. The torque is always proportional to the current. Okay. But there is also something called back EMF, which is proportional to the speed at which the motor is rotating. Okay, so what are these constants Kt and Kg? For a given motor, these are known. People, if you buy a motor, they will give you some sheet, okay, motor specification where this Kt and Kg will be known. So if I apply some voltage, I will get some current flowing through the coil. I can get a torque, and I can also find out what is the back EMF. So the dynamics of the motor is given by standard, sum of the voltage drop in the different elements. So this is the drop at the inductance. This is the voltage drop in the resistor. This is the back EMF. This will be equal to the applied voltage. Okay. So for small DC servo motors, what is small? Most robots motors are small. Okay. So we are not talking about motors which are used to pump, let's say in a thermal power plant, okay, or some other various big places. So we are talking about small motors of 100 watts or 200 watts like that. So LA can be ignored. Okay. So combining both these two equations, we will get Jm as n square JL plus this plus friction term plus this equal to this. Can everybody hear me? Can somebody say whether I'm still online or not?
Yes, sir. It's very clear, sir.
Okay, good. Today it is working fine.
It's good, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So now I get this equation of motion when I combine what is happening to the gearbox and the link and what is happening to the motor. And in compact form, this can be written as this form. So J omega dot plus F omega is KVA plus TD. Okay. So, and these are some symbols in between which you have used. So KT was there, resistance of the armature is there, okay, and so on. So important thing is this equation, J omega dot plus F omega plus KVA equals TD, okay. So now, first thing that you can see is this is linear in terms of angular velocity. So omega is the angular velocity, theta dot m. Okay, it's also a first order equation. Okay. The other important thing is you can see that if I apply a voltage, this omega will change with time. The other thing is if I don't apply a voltage, but if there is a disturbance torque, this TL, okay, then also the link will start rotating. So you can think of this as a model for a fan. Okay, so suppose if I switch on the fan, the motor will start rotating, the fan will start rotating. Otherwise, also, if I hit the fan blade with something which is TD, then also it will start spinning. So we want to look at what is the effect of BA and TD and how it spins. So this is a very simple, very simple example which we can see and work out, and which is why I have chosen this, or which is why it is chosen to explain control. Okay, so let's see how we can represent these things in a control for a control theory person. They use something called as a transfer function. Okay, so a transfer function is nothing but you take this differential equation, linear differential equation, and use Laplace transform. So omega dot will be s into omega s, and so on. Okay, and we write the output is omega s, input is voltage, and this is what is the relationship between input and output. So this is block is called as a transfer function. Okay, so if you think a little bit, if you do this Laplace transform, you can see that this block will be like this. For TD, the block is also quite a lot of it is similar, but it instead of K here, you'll have 1 by Js plus F. Okay. Now this is the linear system. So either I can have voltage as input or the disturbance torque as input. And in both cases, I want to see how the fan blade or the link is spinning. So linear control theory tells you that you can add these two. Okay, so this is like an addition block. And then if you think a little bit, I can have voltage giving this, TD giving this, and I can add it and it looks like this. So this block B is what is called as an open loop transfer function. Now, in feedback control, what you do is you measure what is the rotation speed, omega s, with a sensor. In this case, the transfer function of the sensor is assumed to be 1. We also have some desired omega d, which is coming, and then you subtract this. So at this point, just before the controller, you have something called as the error. Okay. And then you have this controller here, which will give you this voltage V. Okay, so now we have a choice of putting what is inside this controller box. What is D of S? Is it clear to everybody? This picture is clear? Hopefully. Okay. So now we proceed further. We will, for the moment, we'll assume that this TD is not there. So we have omega D, which is the desired speed. I have a measurement, which is omega s, and this is the motor. And let's see what we can get. So what is the simplest possible transfer function for a controller that we can have? We can just put a constant, Kp. Okay, this is sometimes called as a proportional controller. So the block diagram looks like this. I have omega t here, s here. Sorry, this should be s, and this is also s. And then you have Kp into E of S. Okay, so we can find the transfer function between omega s and omega d, and it turns out it looks like this. So I have K, J, F, and this Kp is the controller. K came from the model of the motor and the link. J was the inertia, F was the friction, and so on. So we'll get like this. So what can we say from here? So I have this output by input is given by this right hand side. So one of the first thing that control theory people will do is, let's say this omega d is constant. Okay, so this is called as a step response of a system. So I give omega d as 1. Okay, I want to see what is omega speed as a function of time. Okay, so you can think of omega d as 1 radian. I give a speed of 1 radian per second. What is omega t doing? So this transfer function, you can, most of you would have done Laplace transform. I can find the inverse Laplace transform, and I can show that this omega t is of this form, 1 minus e to the power f plus kp by j into t. Okay, so this is like an exponential function. Okay, so the plot of omega t looks like this. It is slowly approaching omega of d of t of 1. Okay, so in this curve, basically I have f, which is given by the system. It is the friction. There's nothing I can do about the friction. K also, there is nothing I can do. J also, there is nothing I can do. But I have Kp, okay, which is my controller. So now you can see what will happen if I increase Kp. Okay, so if I increase Kp, this curve will rise and reach this step faster. Okay, so this is one of the basic, very, very simple idea of control, that if I increase the controller gain, okay, which is Kp here, then I can achieve my desired trajectory faster. Is this clear to everybody? Because after, this is something which can be seen and explained very easily, but later on, you have to believe that this can be done. And then when we go to a robot, you just have to assume that something like this is happening. Is it okay for everyone? Any question at this stage?
Participants, if you have any questions, you can ask. So there are no questions as of now in the chat box. Might be
Okay.
there waiting for the end of the session.
Okay, good. So this is very, it's fairly simple. It is UG level math. It is inverse Laplace transform. But the important concept here is that I have something called as a controller gain, which I can play around with. I can increase it, decrease it, and then the output, the response of the system will be different. Okay, so now typical controllers have another, instead of just a simple constant, we can have what is called as a proportional plus derivative controller. Okay, so this D of S box now contains Kp and Kv into S. Okay, so if you look at now the transfer function between output theta, now it is no longer speed, but it is the rotation of the motor of the link divided by what we want, how much it should rotate. The transfer function is second order, it is Kp, Kv and this, but there is a Js square. Okay. So what is happening, that this kind of transfer function is a second order transfer function, and all second order transfer functions have two important quantities. One is called natural frequency, omega n. One is called the damping, which is psi. And these are related to this Kp and Kv. Okay. So I can set the natural frequency and damping by changing Kp and Kv. So I am giving you more flexibility, more freedom. So why do we want this Kp and Kv to be changed? So if I increase Kv, it decreases the overshoot, okay? But the settling time will become larger. I'm just giving this result. Please accept it because it is not so easy to show, okay? And we can show that for critical damping, some people would have done some course in vibration. There is something called critical damping where there is no overshoot. So for critical damping, we need to put Kv is 2 times square root of Kp. Okay. So to obtain desired performance of an actual system, we need to play around with this Kp and Kv. And there are, MATLAB has toolbox, many other people have worked on it, and they have developed programs which will allow you to choose, play around with this Kp and Kv, these two controller gains, such that you get less oscillations or acceptable levels of oscillations, and how fast you can reach this steady state. Okay, how fast you can reach this desired theta d. Finally, in order to go a little bit ahead, the proportional plus derivative controller cannot reduce steady state error. Okay, this is a well-known result in control theory. So steady state error means as time tends to infinity, there will be some value. It will never be exactly omega d of t. Okay, so this you can see from this plot. So this is an exponential. It will slowly approach this, but it will never exactly be equal to this. E to the power something is there. So in order to reduce steady state error, what we do is we add an integral term. So the integral term is given by Ki by S, where Ki is the controller gain. And then the PID controller looks like this. So the whatever is in that box, which I called controller, is first term is proportional. Then this is the integral term. And then the derivative is normally implemented in this form. It is not simply S into Kv, but it is S into Kv divided by 1 plus Tv into S. So Tv is a constant. Okay, is a time constant. So this in time domain will look like Kp into error, Kv into E dot, and Ki into integral of this error. And again, I can play around with these gains, Kp, Ki, Kv, and Tv, such that I'll get the desired output, okay, how fast it reaches the desired trajectory. In robots, we also add one more term, okay, which is not normally there in other systems. And this comes from the fact that we have generated a desired trajectory. We know what is theta double dot of t. Remember, we have planned C2 continuous trajectory. So we know what is the desired acceleration. So not only proportional, derivative, integral, but we also add this acceleration term. Okay, this is a feed forward term. Okay, this does not require any measurement. Finally, in order to complete this story, okay, most modern controllers use digital microprocessors. Okay, they are not continuous. So S domain means continuous, whereas actual robots, they use discrete or digital controllers. So if you have a desired trajectory like this, which is smooth desired trajectory, actually the controller discretizes this desired trajectory. It will be steps like this, okay, which is shown here. Okay, so the important thing in this discretization is two quantities. One is this TS. So TS means sampling time. So at some time, I find this is theta d. So this is the dot line. But actually what I will give is this point here. And the other important thing is this height here. This height depends on how much you can discretize. Okay, so how many bits are used for discretizing. Okay, so typically sampling time is between 1 and 10 milliseconds, and typically this distance is done between 8 to 12 bits. So what is 8 bits? So 1 volt here will be divided into 2 to the power 8. Okay, small steps. How much is 2 to the power 8? 256. So there is 256 points in between here. If it is 12 bit, it is 2 to the power 12. Okay, so if you have more number of bits, then this is very close. This wide difference is very close. If you have very large small sampling time, then this distance will be this distance is smaller. So finally, what I'm trying to tell you is I want the robot joint to follow this solid line. Actually, it will be following this dotted line. Okay, and if I have TS small and number of bits large, this dotted curve will approach the solid curve. Secondly, and this is the last thing which I want to discuss in this control of a single link. If you have a digital controller, so this is that robot, this is the, remember we have seen this picture before, this is the disturbance torque, this is the plant of the robot. We measure it using a sensor. But this part here is implemented inside a digital controller. Okay, it's a computer. So theta d is a continuous signal which is coming, but we can only sample it at some TS. So what you get is theta d of t of s. The sensor, if it is a continuous sensor, we have to discretize it. So you'll get some theta of this. You subtract these two, you find the error. And now the control part here is d of z. It is no longer called d of s. Okay, it is those of you who have done something called z transform. So d of z will look like this. It is sort of similar. There is a proportional term, there is a derivative term, there is a derivative term, and there is an integral term. But it is not s. It is some 1 minus z to the power minus 1 and so on. Okay. Now, the output of the controller is still discrete, okay, but I cannot give discrete values to the motor. So we need to do a digital to analog transformation. This is the D2A block. And when you are doing this D2A block, this is an important thing. This is called zeroth order hold. Okay, what it is doing is, if I give some voltage, the next voltage is coming after some time. In between, what do? Do you supply something to the motor or not? Yes. So you hold the previous value. Okay, so this is called zeroth order hold. And all of these blocks are controlled by a clock, which is there in the computer. So the output of this block basically is some voltage, the correct voltage. However, the current is very small. So most of the time, the output of a controller card is some milliamperes and voltage is correct. So the motor requires maybe 1 ampere. So what do? You amplify it. So there is an amplifier. So these are the main complications if you want to do digital controller. It is not the same as the previous thing which we looked at. Okay, so as I said, the error is input to the controller, output is discretized. You have to use a D2A converter, you have to use a 0th order hold. Okay, so this D2A introduces delay. Okay, it takes some time to do all these things, and this introduces lots of complications which I don't want to go. Okay, so a continuous time, a system can be stable in Laplace transform, but if you want to do it digitally, it can become unstable because of these delays. Then, as I said, you output of the microprocessor is milliamperes. You amplify it to drive the motor, and the transfer function of the controller looks like this. Okay, so this is also a very well-known study, and there are lots of books. Okay, so summary. So I can model the single link of a robot using a DC servo motor. I can analyze the control of a single loop in terms of S domain. I have proportional controller, proportional derivative controller, PID controller, and then I have discussed very briefly what is digital control of a single link. Okay. So the third item that we want to look for is joint space control of a multi-link robot. Okay, so it is no longer single link. We will go to multi-link. So one obvious or natural way is that if you have multi-link, you have n joint variables. So let's call them Q. We can always plan the desired trajectory for all the joints Q of D. You assume that Q dot of D is available, Q double dot of D is available because of I have used cubic trajectory plan. So I'm going to discuss PD control of a multi-link robot. The actual implementation is PID because PD you can still do some analysis, you can do some calculations. As soon as you have PID, it becomes more complicated and we have to actually use simulations. Then we will look at nonlinear control, and then I'll eventually stop with simulation and experimental results. So this part we'll do a little quickly. So what is the basic idea? We extend the control of single link to multi-link. Okay. So again, we have this QD double dot. Then this is the derivative term. This is the proportional term. Remember, I said I'm going to drop the integral term for the moment. Okay. So instead of applying voltage, we will assume that this V is related to tau, which is true because V is the voltage applied gives you a current, and then this current is related to torque. Why are we doing this? It is easier to analyze. Okay, so this is a block diagram of a PD control of a multi-link robot. So I have this robot. So the input to the robot are the torques. Actual input is always voltages, but just for the sake of understanding, we assume that it is torque. We measure Q and Q dot, which is rotation at the joint and the rotation velocities at the joint. You take this quantity, subtract QD minus Q, multiply by proportional gain. Take QD dot minus Q dot, subtract this, multiply by velocity gain, and then add QD double dot. Okay. Now in this case of multi-link, this is a vector. This is an n by 1 vector if you have n joints. Okay. So this matrix, this Kp and Kb are matrices. These are n by n, positive definite diagonal matrices. Okay. So will it work? Yes, it does work. Okay. However, people have seen and they have done analysis and they have done experiments, and you can see that it is not uniform damping and settling time everywhere in the workspace. Okay. Why? Because a multi-link robot is a nonlinear system. We are using linear control laws, right? So this torque is proportional to QD dot, QD dot. It's just multiplied by constants. Okay, so hence we are using linear control law to control a nonlinear robot. So it is not uniform. However, it does work because it is slow speed motion and because of the large gear ratio. Okay, how is it implemented? Basically, it is implemented in what is called several microprocessors are used. Sometimes even one is enough if you can do multiplexing. And one standard way is you have what is called as a joint parallel control architecture. So each joint is controlled by a single microprocessor. Then there is an additional master or a coordinating microprocessor, which will be used for interface with the operator and also for data logging and something. Okay. So if you remember, I discussed this Puma robot, in my first class, one of the first robots. So there was something called as a 6503 microprocessor. This is the main processor was a DEC LSI 11. Okay, the theta D was available every 28 milliseconds. The sampling time was 0.875. So I don't know how many of you have heard of this 6503 microprocessor, and how many of you have heard of this DEC LSI 11 computer? Anyone? Okay, it's before your time, much before your time. It is from even whenever, nowadays there is no DEC, no? Anyone has heard of a company called Digital Equipment Corporation? Hello?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, it used to be a very famous company, Digital Equipment Corporation. It was a competitor of IBM for a long time. And this is a microprocessor. So nowadays, none of this is available. So this is, 50, 60 years old, 50 years old robot. So that's why we are talking about these old ones. But so nowadays, most people use Intel microprocessors. They have simple PC, and you have these add-on cards. Okay, so you can add a card onto this PC cabinet, and each card comes with its own electronics and things like that. And you can control the one or more motors using one card. Okay. Okay. So now linear control of a multi-link serial robot, we have seen that it does not give uniform damping and settling time everywhere in the workspace. So basically, what does it mean? The performance is not the same everywhere in the workspace. Somewhere it is good, somewhere it is not so good. Okay. So what do we do? So the next topic that I want to discuss is nonlinear control, and this is a very vast field. So one very well-known nonlinear control is something called as a computed torque or feedback linearizing control schemes. And in theory, means in ideal situation, it will give uniform performance everywhere in the workspace. Okay. So I can prove to you that if the settling time is 1 millisecond here, everywhere in the workspace settling time is 1 millisecond. If the damping is such and such in one place, it is everywhere the same. Okay. Now this nonlinear controller uses the dynamic model in the control scheme. So what do we mean by dynamic model? It is the equations of motion. And the better the estimate of the dynamic model, better is the performance. These are all known facts. Okay. And this has been done, this has been on for a while now. And first it was proposed by somebody in 72, but this person, Freund, he is the one who really popularized this nonlinear control scheme, which we are going to discuss after this. So what do I want to use? I want to use the equation of motion of a robot. The equation of motion of a robot always looks like this. So I have torque, which is some mass matrix into inertia, some Coriolis term, some gravity term, some friction term. So we want to write this n by 1 vector of joint torques in this particular form. So it is some alpha into tau prime plus beta. So alpha is a matrix, beta is a vector. This is n by 1 vector. And we choose this alpha as this mass matrix, beta as this. So if I substitute alpha tau prime plus beta into this, so this term cancels, this term cancels, this term cancels, and we are left with tau prime is equal to q double dot. Okay, simple algebra. So equation tau prime is q double dot represents a unit inertia system. So the dynamics are represented by alpha and beta. So all the nonlinearities are cancelled. Okay, so now we can choose tau prime is this qd double dot proportional term, derivative term, and this feed forward acceleration terms. Okay, if you substitute tau prime in this equation and take q double dot on this side, then you will get what is called as the error equation. So error is qd minus q. So E double dot plus this equal to 0. So what you can see is this Kp and Kv are constant gain matrices. So this is a linear second order differential equation. Okay, and if I have Kp and Kv as positive definite diagonal matrix, and in particular if I choose the Kv element as 2 into square root of Kp, I have decoupled n second order differential equations, and each of them are critically damped. Each of them has no oscillation. So how do we implement this? Okay, so let's follow this. So I have a robot, the input is torque. I measure q and q dot. So this q and q dot comes to this c, g, and f. So this is the beta term. Okay, this q also comes to some block which is the mass matrix. So this dotted line here, okay, this is called as the model based part of the controller. We also take this q and q dot and q double dot and give it to this proportional gain and derivative gain and this. So what you have here is tau prime. So tau prime into alpha plus beta is equal to tau. Okay, so as you can see that the control law is divided into two parts here, as it is shown here. One part is this computation of alpha and beta. Another part, this tau prime, is like the old PID controller or PD controller. Okay, and in ideal case, when all these cancellations happen, I will get this error equation. And this is a simple second order error equation everywhere in the workspace. It does not matter where in the workspace you are doing this. Okay. So this ideal performance is not possible for two reasons. Why? Because I need time to compute this alpha and beta. Okay, so while you are computing alpha and beta, Q changes. Okay, so what you are giving to this controller is slightly old Q. Also, the other important thing is I do not know this M, C, G, and friction very accurately. Okay, so you think that you have designed a robot, you know how much is the link length, how much is the mass of each link, but then somebody comes while assembling, they will drill a hole to take some wire. Okay, so the mass has changed. So we do not know this mass of the links. So let's assume we have M hat, similarly G hat, F hat. So these are estimates. Okay, so we do not know this dynamics very, very accurately, but we know reasonably well. So if you substitute this hat, then you can see that the error equation is given by this. So it is no longer equal to 0, but you have something on the right hand side. Okay, so this right hand side is some number. Okay, so what is the main difference between this and this error equation? This is a homogeneous linear second order differential equation. Okay, so solution is very simple. Anybody can find the solution for a second order differential equation. However, this is not linear homogeneous second order differential equation because there's a right hand side. Okay, and this right hand side, it is hiding Q and Q dot and everything, but it is there. So it is not some constant f of t. Okay, so as you can see that if M hat is same as M, if I know exactly the C hat is this, so then the right hand side will cancel and I'll get back linear. Okay, so this is the claim that if I know the model, the better the model I know, the smaller will be the right hand side. Okay, so I have a second order differential equation which is being forced by some quantity which is small if I know the model very, very accurately. Okay, so one particular case, suppose I don't know anything about the model, alpha is identity and beta is gravity. Then as alpha is identity, beta is 0, then I get back the original PD control law. Okay, so then I get my old linear control scheme. We also can try something else which was common for a while, that I don't want to calculate this m hat, c hat and so on in real time, but I will calculate it earlier and store it. Okay, earlier means what? I know what is the desired trajectory, I will use the desired quantities. So in this case, this is offline. Okay, it is not in the feedback loop. So in all of these, there is no exact cancellation, no decoupling, no nonlinearity, but it turns out that if these estimates are good, the right-hand side is small and I get very, very good performance. Okay, and this is borne by simulation and experiment. So let's quickly go through some simulation to show what I'm talking about. So I have this 2-link robot. So this is one link, this is another link, this is link 1, link 2, this is mass, L1, R1, R1 is the radius, location of the CG, I is the inertia, and so on. So what I want this robot is to go along the vertical direction. This is gravity. I go up and come down. And I have chosen some numbers. L1 is 1 meter. This is 12.45 kg. So this is from some literature, experimental values. Okay, this is not random. And it is carrying some payload. So what I want is the robot to go up and down along the vertical direction. And I want to try out different control schemes. Okay, so tip move from 0.55 to this and back. 2 cases, I want to move very fast. So 2 seconds. So this is like almost 1 meter I want to move per second. The other is very slow. It is 1 meter in every minute approximately. So what do I have? I have a trajectory which is straight line. Okay, do I know how to convert it into joint? Yes. Okay, I can use this linear interpolation or whatever. So this is the desired x should be 0, y should be a smooth cubic trajectory. Now based on this, I can find out what is desired theta 1, which is smooth. This is desired theta 2. And I want to try different simulation schemes. So one is proportional derivative control without a model. Then I can use feedback controller with exact knowledge of the model. Model-based controller that the estimates of mass and radius are off by 10%. And this is something else which we will look at later, control schemes. So what is the experiment simulation? I will select Kp and Kv such that I get this. Remember, I can, in the single link case, I showed you that I can relate the natural frequency and damping to Kp and Kv. This is, so system is overdamped. And now let us look at this motion. So I want to do very fast, which is 1 meter per second, and very slow, which is 1 meter per minute. So this is the plot of error. So how did I get this? I basically solve the differential equation. I go to MATLAB, integrate the differential equation, find out what is theta. I know what is theta 1 desired. So subtract it, I will get this error. So I can plot this. So this is the error in theta 1 for fast. This is the error in x and y for fast. This is the error, this is the torque at the 2 joints. Okay. So what you can see is this is the shape of the error. However, for the slow one, so don't worry too much about the numbers, but I can tell you these numbers are 0.01. So it's like 1 centimeter error, okay, while you are going up and down. Whereas if you look at the slow motion, the error is 0.02, okay? So it is much smaller. So 0.1 and this is 1/10 of it. More importantly, these trajectories are smooth here, okay? Whereas here it is very jerky. Okay. So in summary, the maximum error is approximately 0.03 radians for fast, 0. in slow, fast and slow. So why is there more error when you are moving fast? Because the system is actually nonlinear. We have nonlinear inertia, centripetal Coriolis term. So if you are using a linear controller, it will not work. Okay, so linear PD control less effective as expected. The maximum torque is of the order of 225 and 145. This is for this example. Okay, so curves are much smoother for slow motion. Now let us look at what happens if you do nonlinear control scheme, one of those model-based control schemes. Okay, so if you look at the model-based control scheme, again, don't worry about these numbers here, but you can see that the errors are very, very small. This is actually 10 minus 10. This is actually 10 minus 5 or so. This is actually 10 minus 4. So what we have is we have very smooth trajectories and very small errors. Okay, so feed-forward controller without model uncertainty is very accurate. The computed torque with 10% uncertainty is also much more accurate than proportional plus derivative controller. So previously the error was 10 minus 2. Here it is like 10 minus 4. Okay, the torque profiles are also much smoother. Okay, so what it means is even though you are moving very fast, you don't see the nonlinearities. Okay, the nonlinearities are cancelled or their effects are reduced. Okay, so summary. So the PID control is not suitable for high-speed applications and the errors can be large. To reduce errors, we need to perform trial and error. We can change the gains. The slow speed is better. Model-based schemes show improved performance in simulation. The torques are lower. The profile is also smoother. And the lack of knowledge of parameters degrades the performance, but only to some small extent, not a lot. Okay, and this computation time for model based are larger, but not very serious nowadays. So when originally 30 years or 40 years back, when these model based schemes were proposed, computation time was an important issue, not anymore. Okay, so let's continue. This is all simulation. I want to show you that this actually works in an actual robot. Okay, so in an actual robot, what we have is, this was done in a BARC. How many of you know where BARC is? Okay, so I had these students who were in Bhabha Atomic Research Center, and they went to and implemented this model-based controller on a 5 degree of freedom robot. So the 5 degrees of one is here, one is here, one is here, and one is here. Okay, the encoders and tacho generators measure joint rotation and velocity at each joint. So the existing control law is very similar to a PD control law. So the voltage applied is proportional to error and proportional to the measured speed. So it's a subset of PD control law because we are not using this theta I desired dot and theta I double dot desired. The first thing is we modified this existing controller and we changed the desired theta d in this form. And the modified controller, once you substitute back, it will look like a standard PD controller. Okay. Likewise, we modified the PD controller theta d to implement some model where model is this m theta d double dot Coriolis term plus gravity term. And if you substitute back this here, what you can see is the control torque or control law is tau model plus this. So this is not, it is not exactly computed torque. It is analogous to a feed forward control scheme because this part is done in a feed forward manner. Okay. And the important thing is we didn't do anything to the hardware. All we did was change the desired theta d, change the desired joint location at each instant of time. Okay, and again, let's try a desired trajectory from 0, 0, 90 to this, and this 30, 40, 60 to and back. So the total time is 4 seconds, going 2 seconds, coming back 2 seconds. Initial 2 seconds against gravity, final 2 seconds aided by gravity. Okay, so we have smooth cubic trajectories with 0 initial and final velocity. The sampling time is 5 milliseconds. Okay, so this is typically faster than that. Okay, so here are some experimental results. So the solid line is theta 1d. So this is the trajectory that I want for the first joint. Okay, the thin dotted line is PD control, and the slightly darker dotted line is the model-based control. So this is what is happening for the first joint. Now, instead of plotting this, we plot the error. So what is the error? This dotted line minus the solid line, and this dotted line minus this solid line. So this is the error in PD control. This is the error in model-based control. So as you can clearly see that the error decreases a lot when you have model-based control on. So error is of the order of 1 minus 2 degrees, whereas here it is of the order of minus 5 or 4 or 5 degrees. Okay, so clearly we can see that the model-based controller performs better. This can be seen in joint 2 also. So this is the PD control of the second joint. This is the model-based control of the second joint. This can also see in the third one. So these are actual experimental results. Okay, this is not simulation. This is you implement a controller and an actual physical robot, make it move, record the motion, and then plot it. So the maximum theta 1 error reduced from minus 5 to 2. Theta 2 error reduced, not much difference in theta 3. Some difference is there, but not much. And in 4 and 5, there is not much difference at all. Okay, and that is because this joint 4 and 5 sees less inertial effects. So let's go back and see the robot. The 4 and 5 is here. So the 4th and the 5th motor are not rotating, not seeing much load, whereas the first motor sees all this load. Okay, so the inertia effect, the nonlinear effects are much larger at first, second, and third joint, and much less here. Okay, so in summary, multi-link serial robots are nonlinear systems. Okay, linear laws do not give uniform performance. Nonlinear control schemes give performance easily. Okay, so the ideal computed torque method leads to decoupled linear double integrators, whereas if you don't have ideal or exact knowledge of model parameters, they are not decoupled. Nevertheless, they are superior to model-based schemes. Okay, model-based schemes are superior, and this is borne both by simulation and experiments. Okay, how much time do I have?
Sir, you have another 15 minutes, sir.
Okay, so let me just, I'm going to skip this Cartesian control space of robot because this is basically an extension of, you can see the slides later on. Basically, whatever I have done till now is joint space. Okay, thetas are involved. The same thing I was going to talk about how we can implement a controller using, if I give you X, Y, Z and the orientation. So instead of that, I'm going to go directly to this force control because this is more interesting. Okay. If anybody is interested, you can go through the slides. This should be reasonably self-explanatory. Okay. So what I have is, I have a manipulator which is moving in free space. Then I do position control, right? I want to move this robot in position in 3D space, either in terms of XYZ or in terms of joint variables. However, if you have a robot which is doing assembly or grinding or manufacturing, okay, I need to apply some force to the environment. Okay, so for example, you think of a robot holding a grinding wheel, it is grinding something, it must make sure that it is applying the correct force. Okay, so how do you get this force? So before all this force control started, one of the thing is we make use of the passive nature of the joints in the robot. Okay, So how do we make use of it? So I want to press against the table, let's say, but instead I plan a trajectory which is just slightly inside the table surface. Okay, what is slightly inside? Less than a millimeter inside. So if you are trying to achieve that trajectory, the controller will try to achieve a point which is slightly inside the table. Okay, and hence it will automatically apply some force. Okay, so that is one way of doing it. So this is what is meant by plan a trajectory such that it is just inside the contacting surface. Okay, but this is not so easy to do. Why? Because there is error. The controller never achieves exactly, let's say, half a millimeter inside the surface. Secondly, the surface can be uneven. It can be smooth, which you don't know. Okay, so it is not possible to apply a desired force. I would like to specifically directly apply a desired force onto the environment. Okay, so this joint space control, planning a trajectory using joint space is not correct or not suitable. We need to use this Cartesian control, which I skipped. But nevertheless, you can go through it. I will come to that and I will explain. Okay, so quickly, let's find out how we can apply a force to an environment. Okay, so this is a schematic of a mass, so the end effector of the robot, which is applying some force onto this environment. How do we apply a force? Some F is applied here, so this mass will move. This environment is modeled as a spring of stiffness Ke. And also, this environment applies a force in return because the environment can be uneven. So we have this F disturbance. Okay, so these are the things which are there. So remember, in the case of single link of a robot, we had torque, we had J theta omega plus F omega is equal to some torque plus some disturbance torque. So here also, instead of torque, we have force. Instead of theta or instead of omega, we have X. We have mass instead of J. And then we have this external disturbance torque. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to control this force exerted by the environment by applying this external force. So let's follow. So we have an equation of motion of the system given in this form. In terms of Fe, it can be written like this. This is very similar to a second order ODE for a single link manipulator. We can use PD or PID control scheme. Okay, so model-based control scheme is better. And similar to model-based, we have some alpha M. Remember, it was alpha tau prime plus beta. Here you have alpha F prime plus beta. Alpha is chosen as MKE inverse, beta is chosen as this, and F prime is chosen as this. Okay, so the closed loop error equation in ideal case will look like linear second order differential equation. And we can set this velocity gain and proportional gain such that we have the error E of F going to 0. What is E of F? It is the desired force minus what you are going to measure. Okay. How do you implement this? This is my system. F equals mx double dot plus kex plus this. We have Fe desired. We have some controller block here. This is the derivative gain. This is the mass. And you can show that this equation here is represented in this form. Okay, so what have we achieved here? What we have achieved here is that I have a mass, single mass. If I apply a desired force, if I know what is the stiffness of the environment, we can set this controller gains Kpf and Kvf, and I can show you that the force which this mass is exerting onto the environment will approach the desired force. So if I want to apply 1 Newton force onto the table, I will get very close to 1 Newton force. So what is the main problem in this control scheme? That this K is not known. K changes with time. Okay, but it turns out that you should choose Ke large and it works. Okay, so control laws and control people, they make lots of assumptions. Okay, like disturbance force, what is the stiffness, and so it's an art. So designing controllers is an art. It requires a lot of experiments, and you do these experiments and you show that it works. Okay, so this is one big lesson if you are ever going to design a controller. You have to do a lot of trial and error and simulations. So let's continue. So we have this 6 degree of freedom manipulator. So this F and X becomes 6 by 1 entities. You have these gain matrices, which are 6 by 6 positive definite gain matrices. Okay. The second most important thing in robotics or force control is this thing called principle of duality. Okay. What it says is we cannot control force and velocity in the same direction. Okay, why? Okay, intuitively, if I want to move a mass with some velocity in one direction, I cannot control the force in the same direction. Why is that? Okay, simple, because F equals ma. Okay, so if I tell you what is F, then A is automatically determined. Both F and A cannot be independently controlled. Okay, or another way of looking at it, the force, torque, linear and angular velocity are related through power. Okay, so the power is constant. So, and this is true. You can think of it that I want the robot to do grinding. So I can control the force normal to the surface, but I cannot control the velocity in the normal direction, in the contact direction. Okay, I can control the velocity tangent to the surface and force normal to the surface. So this is the very, very important concept, that force control can be done only in certain directions. Position control can be done only in the orthogonal direction. Okay, it cannot be done in the same direction. So I'm going to give you some examples because we don't have time. So this is an example of a robot which is grinding this surface. Okay, so what we can show that I can control, so this is X direction, this is normal direction, this is Y. Okay, so I can move this grinding wheel in the X and Y direction. However, I cannot control the forces in the the motion in the Z direction, but I can control the force in the Z direction. So that is what is shown in this plot, in this block. So Vx, Vy, omega Z can be controlled. Fz, Nx, Ny, Nx, Ny are the moments, so they can be controlled. However, Vz cannot be controlled. Z means the normal direction. Omega X, omega Y cannot be controlled. So there is this whole notion of dividing a task into what are called as natural constraints and what are called as artificial constraints. So variables which can be controlled are called artificial constraints. Variables which cannot be controlled are called natural constraints. So given any task, we can divide the variables, both position and force or velocity and force variables, is to one which can be controlled and one which cannot be controlled. Okay, and I can do this for grinding. So suppose I want to turn a crank, I want to take a wrench and tighten a nut, then also I can divide the forces and moments and velocities and linear and angular velocity into variables which can be controlled and which cannot be controlled. Okay, so as I said, define a constraint frame. There is a nice mathematical way, formal way of defining which velocities and which forces you can control. For grinding, for turning a crank, this can be done. Okay, so let's look at this example in more detail. So I want to do assembly. Okay, so what is assembly? There is a small peg which I want to put it into this hole. Okay, so the robot is in A, it is carrying this peg in free space. So when it is in free space, what do you want to do? There is no force which is acting from the environment. So I want to make sure that it is tracking a desired trajectory. So this part is position control. Second step, while after doing some position control, it comes and touches this. So when it touches this, I want to move it on the surface such that it comes just above the hole. Okay, so in this B part, what is the direction which you can control the velocities? In the X direction. Which is the direction you can control the force? In the Z direction. So you want to make sure that you always maintain contact with the surface. Once it comes on top of this hole, okay, then what you can see is you want to move along the hole. So the Z direction velocity you want to control, whereas you don't want to hit the sides of the hole. So X direction force has to be controlled. And the last stage, the whole peg has come into it, and now you cannot move. Okay, if it is a nice proper assembly, you cannot move anything. So hence you will be doing only force control. There is no position control. Naturally, you want to make sure that you are not applying too much force so as to break this assembly. Okay, so these are the 4 stages: motion in free space, motion while touching the surface, insertion of the peg in the hole, completion of the assembly. Okay, and we can find out what are the natural constraints, what are the variables which you want to control in stage 1, likewise in stage 2 and stage 3. Okay, and then stage 4. Okay, so finally we will be only controlling all the forces. So you can start with controlling all the velocities and then end with controlling all the forces. Okay, so this is the last part of the talk. We want to do this both position and force control of robots because it is required. It is not cooked up. Okay, so for many times when the robot is in contact with the environment, we want to control the position and force. We know from theory that we cannot do it in both in the same directions. We can do force in one direction and position in the orthogonal direction. Okay, and I haven't meant we didn't have time, but I didn't show you this Cartesian position and force can be combined. Okay, and let's just look at the control system block. So what we have is a Cartesian position controller. We have a force controller where the force controller is nothing but the desired force, and you are measuring the force which it is sensing. You also need the velocity at which it is moving, and the output is the force. The position controller, we have Q and Q dot, which you are measuring. You use the Jacobian and forward kinematics to compute where you are in the Cartesian space, position and orientation. We also have the desired position, desired velocity, desired acceleration. You find out the errors, and then you send it to a controller, and you get an output force. Okay, this is the part which I didn't do. It is there in the slides. You can go through it. So what do I have from here? I have 6, 3 forces and 3 moments. I have 3 forces and 3 moments from here. Okay, but I cannot do both of them. Okay, so what I do is I have these 2 switches, S and S prime. And what this do is, so if I want to control the force in the Z direction, then the position force coming from the position controller in that switch is 0, and it is coming from here. Okay, so then you combine both of them and then you send it to the robot. So there is a well-known relationship between the torque and the external forces which you apply, which is related to the Jacobian. So this is the loop. Okay, and as I said, we can do these switches. Okay, so for example, in this stage 2, what was stage 2 in this peg-in hole? Stage 2 is this. So I need to move along X. I want to control the X and Y motion if the plane is XY, but I want to control the force in the Z direction. I want to make sure it is touching. Okay, so you can see what the switches S and S prime are. So Vx, Vy, I am controlling. Vz, I am not controlling. This is 0. Fx, Fy, I am not controlling. Fz, I am controlling. So in this first stage, the switch S controls this. S prime is the complement of this. So you can, this switch S and S prime will make sure the correct force and corresponding either to the position or to the external force passes through. Okay, so in summary, I showed you what is force control in one direction. We extend this to all 6 directions. More importantly, because of this principle of duality, we divide a task into what is artificial and natural constraints. Artificial constraints are the variables which can be controlled, and this is based on principle of duality. And then I showed you that I can partition a task into several subtasks, and then I can use this hybrid position and force control to make sure that you get the desired position trajectory as well as the desired force trajectory. Okay, conclusion. Long talk, and I had to skip one. So in conclusion, today I have discussed motion planning using cubic trajectories. I showed you how we can do PID control of a single link robot. I showed you how we can do control of multi-link serial robots, which is basically either PID control or model-based controller. I didn't get time to show you what is Cartesian space control, but it's not very hard. Basically, instead of planning the trajectories in terms of thetas, we are going to plan the trajectories in X, Y, Z and orientation. Okay. This Cartesian control scheme can be extended to force control and hybrid position and force control. Okay, little bit of advertisement. I wrote one book in 2006 from Oxford University Press. So most of this material that I'm explaining here is there also in the book. If anybody is interested, they can get one. Okay, so thank you very much. With this, I will stop. If there are any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So there are few questions.
Sure.
I shall share my screen, sir.
Yeah, just 1 minute. Let me
Okay.
stop sharing.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you see
Yes.
the question, sir? Okay.
Yes. Yes. So as I said, no. First question is, can the models made with multi-link serial monitor operate with 100% accuracy? Answer is no. Okay. Because there are 2 reasons. One is basic control. Okay. Control theory tells you that you can approach the desired trajectory. You can never be exactly equal to the desired trajectory. Okay. So if you are happy that I am within, let's say, 1 millimeter of my desired trajectory, it's fine. I can do that. Remember, it is an exponential curve. So it is approaching omega d of t or theta d of t. The second problem is, even if you forget about this part, I do not know the model exactly. Okay, so as I said, the right-hand side of the differential equation, there are some unknowns. Okay, however, if they are small, then again, I can approach the desired trajectory with some acceptable accuracy. It is never exact 100% accuracy. Okay, so what is the best method to tune PID parameters practically, not theoretically? Okay, you have to do experiments. So the way it works is you have this MATLAB toolbox. Okay, MATLAB and many other software gives you this control system toolbox. You have a model, you get some initial guesses based on some simulation. Then you go to the robot or you go to your controller and you start with that and you fiddle around with it. You do trial and error. And while you are doing trial and error, you can acquire the signal from the robot, what it is doing. And there are some heuristics, there are some algorithms which will tell you how to change the controller gains. Okay, so I started with, let's say, 5. Should I go towards 4.5 or should I go towards 5.5? So there are some ways to guess that. Okay, so you have to do a mixture of simulation and experiments. There is no other way. So controller design is an art. It is not completely mathematical. It is not completely, fixed. Next question. Is there any other? Two I have answered.
Sir, there are only two questions, sir.
Okay, good. Okay,
So
if there
there's
are any,
one more question. I'll read it out for you, sir.
here.
Servo motors are more suitable for varying speed. Controls for servo motor are simple. Please give us your opinion on this.
Servo motors, I think that's what question deals with. So servo motors are what are used in most robots and in fact in most mechanical or electromechanical devices. Okay, and the reason is you can control the speed. Okay, so if there is some range, okay, of motion possible with a motor, I can control the speed. And control, the word control means it is never exactly what you want. It is very close to what you want. Okay. So that is why servo motors are used. So other actuators, like if you have a hydraulic actuator or if you have pneumatic actuators, they are much harder to control. Electric motors are much easier to control. Or DC servo motors are much easier to control. Anyone else?
That's it, sir. There are no more questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
For
sir.
your time and patience and listening. So if there are any questions later on by any of the participants, they can email it to me and I will try to answer.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your
Thank
valuable insights with us and especially for the time that you have spared with us these days.
Thank you.
So
You're
we'll
welcome.
wind up the session. Participants, sorry, sir.
Can I leave now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Participants, as we have come to the end of morning sessions, you can take a break for lunch and be back for the third session at 1:30 p.m. without fail. Thank you all. Good afternoon, Jayakrishnan sir. Sir, are you able to hear me? Sir, can you unmute your mic, sir? Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
One second. Let me adjust the cam a bit. All right. Is it clear there?
Very clear, sir. Very clear.
Okay, fine. All right. So let me share this presentation. Is it visible there?
It is getting loaded, sir. Yeah, now it is. It is
All right.
visible. Yeah.
So I often find an issue with this presentation that when I put it in this slideshow mode, slides are not being changed. So I'll just give a try.
Okay.
See whether it is working good at your end or not. Okay. So you can see the first slide, right?
I can see the first slide and also the slide tiles on the left side, sir. So if
No,
you,
that might have changed by now. Are you still seeing that?
I'm still seeing that.
Okay. Are you seeing this slide changes there at your side? Slides are changing?
No, sir, it's not changing. It's still on the first one. Yeah.
Around. So how is it there? Like, is it in slideshow mode?
No, it's not in slideshow mode. I can still see the slide, the tile on the left.
Okay. I'll just put it in slideshow mode.
Okay.
I put it in slideshow mode. Can you see it there?
No, sir. It has not changed yet.
All right. We have to keep it like this then.
Okay, sir.
Let me minimize this.
Sir, instead of sharing using the screen, can you share the full window so that everything can be done in slideshow?
Oh, it only works with full window sharing?
Yeah, pretty much. It will work pretty fine.
Okay. Give me a sec.
So, sir, are we ready to start?
Yeah, we'll start soon.
Okay, sir.
Because I'm now sharing. I'm going to share the entire screen.
Okay.
Okay. So, can you see the slideshow now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Is it changing?
It is changing. It is changing.
Oh, wonderful. Great.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay, sir. So,
Yes.
good afternoon, all. Let's move on to the third session on the topic Service Robots and Beyond by Mr. Jayakrishnan T. Mr. Jayakrishnan T is the founder and CEO of Asimov Robotics Private Limited, Kochi, a company that provides engineering products, solutions, and consultancy in advanced robotics and AI. Asimov Robotics has been featured in Forbes magazine in the year 2018 as one of the most promising AI and robotics companies in India. Apart from heading the operations at Asimov Robotics, Sir is responsible for the conceptualization, research, and development of the interactive social service robots ISRA in the year 2012, Cybot in the year 2016, Chaya in the year 2020 to address various requirements in banking, retail, healthcare, space technology, security, and hospitality sectors. Sir has about 26 years of industry experience, including embedded system design and software development for instrumentation, power control, processor design, SDK design, video compression, inertial navigation, and robotics and artificial intelligence. He has prior project experience with many renowned government and private agencies in US, Europe, Japan in the fields of defense, space, nuclear power generation. We are indeed glad to have you, sir, for our STTP program. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the organizers, Tokach, for giving this opportunity to talk about service robotics. I'm happy to be here. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we are not. It is not possible to be physically there, but it is a very interesting scenario. So, in fact, this talk is actually much more related to. 50% robotics and 50% about what is happening, in this present day context. So, as you know, everyone is talking about service robotics now. In fact, it is very interesting in that we can divide it into two, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic like that. So because robot has been seen as, the robotics, even the technology has been seen as, by a set of people as, a technology which actually going to take away jobs and opportunities from human beings. So there were a lot of controversial issues and then debate which was happening. But interestingly, this pandemic has proven that the technology which has been looked at skeptically is now coming to help us in all the ways, as human beings have withdrawn and to sit at their home and do the things through this sort of interactions like online interactions, virtual presence. So the technology is there in the forefront to help us, and it is interestingly like a war scenario. So it is being a lot of developments are being happening. Even otherwise, we were actually heading towards Industry 4.0, but this time it is considered as a war scenario. So possibly we can see that in the coming years, there are a lot of robots in and out, working alongside with human beings to perform various tasks, particularly risky and repetitive jobs. So it has been also said that, while talking about service robotics, obviously it is not a factory robots which has to work with human beings. So we used to hear about, cooperative robots, coexistence, cooperation, and then, what is called a digital workforce. And even in terms of software also, robot process automation, and in factory automations were there for a long time, but Industry 4.0 particularly, that's what I'm talking about, and a lot of mobility automation like logistics, and then and that is again, if you look at, you can see that it is not just limited to the mobility through the surface, but also through air in the form of drones. And then factory robots are also getting more and more intelligent. We'll see that all in details. And finally, we'll also look at what is happening. People are actually talking about, once if the advancement of robots are reaching a level then possibly human beings are going to be expelled from the globe. We'll see all this, so I hope that will be interesting to you. So if you look at why we need service robots, these are the primary reasons, because we know that the population, the human population in the globe is ever increasing. And it is increasing in such a way that if you look at the available resources, the natural resources, it is going to consume, maybe we need more, 3 to 4 times the natural resource that we actually have. Good. So that is one reason that we need technology. I'm not just limiting it to robotics, but many other technologies. If you look at biotechnology, let's say, like, if you look at the development which is happening in urban areas, it's in the C direction. Even the buildings are in the C direction. So the construction, the infrastructural requirements, we need technology. We are using a lot of equipments like earth movers, and then nowadays there's a particular wing or an area which is performing research to be able to use robots for bricklaying, plastering, and then even 3D printing of big buildings. So in the construction side also, so that's what I'm talking about. So we need the technology to be there to do it in scale. And if you look at biotechnology, as you know that the consumption which is there in terms of food and other groceries, everything which has to be vegetables, which has to be produced in scale, and for which we have successfully used biotechnology. And if you talk about vaccination, we use microbiology to help us to expedite the process of vaccination. So then that is how technology is always there. And second thing is like the demographics. You know that because of the advancement in the medical science and the healthcare facilities, our average age is the age at which a human being dies is gradually increasing. In Japan, it is in terms of 90s. So, likewise, if you look at that, is where we are not no longer physically capable. Majority of the resources are not physically capable of performing many jobs. So that is another reason that we need robots to take care of certain type of jobs. And then disinterest. I should, unfortunately, I should mention about the youth. I'm not blaming them, but that's also a very interesting scenario that people are not interested in certain kind of jobs. I think it's a good sign. Good sign. Why? Because human beings are extremely creative, so they are not interested in mundane jobs. So that is also there. For certain kind of job, we are not getting human resources. One example is security. If you look at the security guards, you can see that most of them are more than 50 years old. So, and in Kerala, if you look at the coconut harvesting, we don't have resources. Another interesting use case. And then because of the disinterest, and the same time on the other side, the problems, employment issues are there, like there are no enough opportunities. So some people are actually ready to work, but still the quality of the work will be affected. And then when a new scenario comes in, so new situation comes in, people are not ready to immediately change. They say that, okay, I know only this job, they cannot immediately switch the job or reskill. That is another reason that we need automation in certain areas. And finally, definitely the pandemic. So we'll see all this in detail. I think I cannot miss out Industry 4.0. Why? Because Industry 4.0 is not just limited to industries, because it is connected manufacturing environment wherein many technologies are there to perform what is like working together to increase the productivity, throughput, quality, everything. So the technologies are obviously, IoT is one of the main technologies used, and data science is there, and cloud computing is there, and then of course robotics is there, and then the manufacturing. I think if you look at the 3D printing and the technologies like additive manufacturing, we cannot say that it has to be under robotics, but because it is evolved as a separate technology, so that we know that we are able to 3D print even human organ replicas, like not for replacement, not for implant, but at least to perform certain to understand what is it, like the reactions of drugs and like that. So, and metal, any material, it's not just limited to PLA or ABS, so that is there. And of course, nowadays everything is simulated to understand the repercussions, understand the complications, and to minimize the unwanted usage of money, time, effort. So everything can be simulated or emulated. So that is also there. So if you look at a typical scenario, I always very much am interested to talk about automotive industry, because automotive industry, it is every day some changes are happening. Like if you look at companies, some kind of facelift, some kind of functionality addition is happening, and bug fixes has become very, very quick. Even though I don't want to mention the brand, certain automobiles, you know that in 80s and all, if you bring it from the factory, you have to take it to a workshop for setting the doors. Otherwise, the doors will not be closed properly. And this continued for many years. And now, if the customer says that this is not good looking, then maybe within 2 months, if there is a majority of people are actually opining in that and on those lines, probably they will change the design. And so this sort of changes, how they typically a 4.0 will work is like that. I will try to explain with an example. Let's say like for a car, if you have a radiator problem, you need to have, you are not getting the sufficient cooling, you need to change the radiator, you need to change the you need to increase the size of the radiator, let's say. So if this is reported, then what happens is like immediately in a connected manufacturing setup, even this information is also quickly available at the manufacturing facility. And then we need to have many things changed. We may have to change the design, we may have to change the material. So this new design is immediately made and simulated, and to see that whether it stands vibration, and if it is found working good, then suitable material is selected. And when the material is selected, actually the tool has to be sometimes changed. So the material actually communicates, when it comes to the machine, it communicates to the tool that this is not a proper tool, so it has to be changed. So it will be immediately changed. So likewise, everything is communicating each other. It's a very interesting scenario, and I just touch base with Industry 4.0. Other industrial revolutions. 1.0 was primarily the invention of steam engine, and 2.0 was of course electricity, and 3.0 automation. But this automation, what we are talking about in 3.0, is completely different from 4.0, because it was only addressing repetitive tasks. You might have heard that somebody got into the work cell of where the robot was working, and he got injured. A few months back, or I think 1 year back, I have seen that in somebody is killed actually. So that was a very defined, well-defined, working environment where robots are put inside a cage. But Industry 4.0 is not like that. So this particular aspect is also there in service robot, because that also has to work with a highly unstructured environment, even more complex, work alongside humans. So if you look at the market, it is a huge market. By 2025, it is predicted that around $100 billion USD market will be created for this service robot. And there are different use cases such as defense, manufacturing, security, medical and transport. And I would like to give a little more importance to the medical use cases or healthcare use cases. Why? Because this medical and healthcare is no longer remaining as a vertical; it is a horizontal because of pandemic. Because if you cannot just, if you come to our place where we are working, you cannot step into our office without, even if you have taken appointment, you have to be screened and you need to have, you have to put on mask, and you have to clean your hands. See, everything is, and you have to give your phone number. There's a lot of procedures. So if you go to anywhere, it is situation is not different. So because of pandemic, so healthcare aspect is everywhere now. Even in the food delivery also it is gradually that also is changing. We'll see that all in detail, but we will give little more emphasis to this medical and healthcare applications and how we can address this problem pandemic. I hope that the slide is changing there. Otherwise, please let me know.
It's changing, sir. It's changing.
Okay. So let's see how do we fight with this pandemic with the help of robotics and AI. After that, we'll come back to service robots, specifically advanced robotics. So the possible options are like, it's not just limited to this, but these are the areas where we started using our robots. So one is like robo advisor, where you can have these robots to interact with you and tell about clearing your doubts, things like that. And another one is like a health security robot, where it checks all these parameters to make sure that you don't have any health issues. And then when you talk about this logistics, I mean, this robots are extensively going to be used in logistics because of the contactless delivery requirements. That can be in restaurants, that can be in hospitals, that can be in various places, because human-to-human interaction should be minimized at least for the coming 2 to 3 years. And it said that there are more possibilities that there can be more contagious diseases in the future. And primary reason is that because of the transportation and travel enhancement, like everyday people are traveling a lot. So this is going to be a work culture or a what is like new normal social behavior everyone has to take care of. So I think the contactless delivery is one of the important areas where robotics can help. And coming to the caregiving, that's another area where we have problems because of pandemic. So we are not able to provide immediate care, or maybe effective care because of the pandemic. So wherein it's not just limited to dispensing items, but also some therapeutic applications. In fact, when Nipah was here in Kerala, this problem, we found this problem. We actually lost one of the health workers also. Nipah compared to this COVID, corona, is highly dangerous. It's dangerous to, it's more dangerous to life, but it's not as spreading as corona. That's the only good thing about that. But because of that, we have to maintain, critical care units wherein we can perform various procedures with the help of robotics. So we'll see one by one. This is what I was talking about, awareness, where we had deployed 2 robots. I think it's everywhere, not only us. Just for example, I'm showing this, some of our installations. So this is you can have robots to answer your queries and then make you aware of how to protect yourself, and then and then it dispenses sanitizer, mask. And another one is continuously talking to you, wherever there is wherever there are people gathered, it approaches those crowd and then talk about. So as the robot is talking, then it becomes naturally interesting and people will be willing to listen. So this can be there in public places and workplaces. And then this is another use case where, as I was telling, the screening. So screening, typically it uses a gadget for temperature measurement, but now that it is possible to have very simple, what's like just using a temperature sensor, we could integrate it and it works fine. And then robots are capable of identifying whether the person has put on mask, and if it is put, it is properly put, and then whether they are keeping social distance. So these things can be automated. You don't need a robot for this. You can just do it with the help of a camera, vision system, and algorithm running in the back end. And then for the cleaning purpose, in this you can see the robot is cleaning the door handle, but that is a roundabout way, because the robot was capable. That's why it's like that. We use the robot for cleaning, periodic cleaning of the door handle, where from where it's one of the potential area for this virus spread. But that can be effectively done, more effectively done with the help of ultraviolet, working on the top of this hydrogen peroxide or Artemis. So that sort of robots are becoming very popular. And then air quality management, that is another thing. Even before pandemic, it was there, because that is one of the primary reason for your health issues. So in working places, that has become very important. So these are the areas where you can potentially make use of automation. And this is another interesting case. This for intra-hospital logistics. To talk about this, I'll tell you one thing. Fortunately, one of our mentors is a famous surgeon called Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty, one of the renowned surgeons, cardiac surgeons of the world. Even he has done more than 25,000 surgeries, and he has a chain of hospital, 36 hospitals, and he's a great entrepreneur. And then he's a Padma Bhushan Award winner. So I've been interacting with him for the last few years. And I came to know that, as per his understanding, there won't be any general admission in hospitals in the coming days because of the telemedicine capabilities evolving. So there will be only ICUs. So if you look at just one center at Bangalore, minimum of 30-40 surgeries, both for elderly and neonatal surgeries are happening. Cardiac surgeries are happening in Narayana Hridayalaya Hospital. So, which means that the operation theaters will be very busy, like one after the other patients will be operated. There will be multiple units, and they will be taken to this ICU. So ICU, you can see that it's just like general ward itself. There are a lot of people, lot of kids. You can see that they are there being under care. And then new people are taken. So there are a lot of people movement, and then sometimes you can see people are running with the blood samples, some clinical consumables, and then sometimes these samples has to be given to the laboratories and tested, and results have to be taken. Sometimes some medicine will be required from pharma, and it has to be taken to the ICU or maybe to the theater. So you can see a lot of people running here and there, like back and forth. A lot of people running with things in hands. So this is not good. Even before pandemic, this was there, but after pandemic, I think we don't have to explain, because this critical care areas, we have to keep it, very safe. Like you typically divide it into zones, like layer 1, 2, 3. Like level 5 means there are hospitals where level 5 is maintained, where it will be completely pathogen free. So you need to minimize the human movements. So that is why this is not a single robot. There are multiple robots. You can see that just small ambulances moving through corridors, sometimes with blood samples, sometimes with some consumables, moving back and forth. So this is that kind of robot. This is just a small ambulance. So there can be number of robots moving like this. So it's an interesting use case. And this is one of the robots which we have deployed in on the left hand side. You can see that in this medical college, Kochi Medical College, for food dispensing. We'll see all this, and then finally there is a new concept that I have been talking about. It is not just a robot in the intensive care unit. It's a robotized intensive care unit, wherein the robot is the central point by which all the health monitoring devices are connected, all the life-saving devices are controlled. So interestingly, this is not a fully autonomous robot, because when it comes to, we are also working with a robot for surgery. Surgery means removing the scalp, and for a problem called craniosynostosis, which is a problem of premature suture fusion. Means that when a baby is born, there are four sutures. So sutures are separate. If you touch the baby, there is this particular portion of the baby, you can see that it's very soft. So it is not fused. It is fused only after 1.5 years. So it has to be kept like that. Only when the brain growth, the rate at which brain grows is less than the rate at which the skull grows, then only the fusion happens. This is happening at 1.5 years of age. If it is happening in advance, by birth, if it is fused, then that has to be separated. So we typically, this is an open surgery, and for a kid, there is a huge risk of blood loss. So this is going to be made minimally invasive. We are working with that. But that, if you want to commercialize, it will have to go through a longer route because of the approvals, FDA approval. A lot of regulatory approvals have to be there. So that we don't want that to happen for this robot. That's why it's not fully autonomous. It will be always under the control of a human caregiver or physician outside. But the task will be performed autonomously. Say, for example, if you want to adjust the drip speed, then the drip speed can be adjusted. If you want to adjust the inclination of the port, that can be done autonomously. But the decision will be made by the person sitting outside. And for food dispensing and everything will be done, and interacting with the person like 24 hours. If it is, let's say, like Nipah or Ebola or any kind of contagious diseases, this person in ICU is, most of the times, is alone. And then if the robot is there, he can also mentally engage the patient, so that he won't feel that he is alone. So it's also very helpful to take care of the mental health as well. So likewise, as the robot comes out, it self disinfects by itself. So that is also there. So it's a very interesting use case where the entire ICU is robotized, entire units are connected, so through APIs, and robot being the central point of it. So that's what I just want to talk about, the present day application to fight pandemic with the help of robotics. Now coming to the most interesting topic of why everyone is scared. So about robots, are they going to be like human beings? Are they going to be human replicas? Are they going to think like human beings? Are they going to act like human beings? Are they going to multiply themselves to be a threat for human beings? Are they going to take the control? So these are the things we are actually trying to understand. So before that, let me tell you, there are different aspects we are considering. One is appearance. When I talk about appearance, so before that, excuse me, I actually wanted to show you a video. I'll show you a video and then I'll come back to this. Okay. I'm stopping the presentation. I will share it once again after I open the video. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Where do you live? I am living in Kochi.
So can you see the screen there?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'll play this video. So this video has most of the use cases we work with. So this is a interaction with the robot in a public place, and then you can see different use cases.
Where do you live? I am living in Kochi. How long have you been in Kerala?
Can you
2
hear
years.
Can you hear the sound?
The conversations are clear, sir.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm talking about the video, sound of the video.
Yeah, it's clear.
Where do you live? I am living in Kochi. How long have you been in Kerala? 2 years.
This is a banking use case where the robot escorts visitors to the appropriate departments and then help them answering their.
Video is not getting played. So the video is not getting played.
Video is not getting played. I just paused it.
Oh, you paused it.
No,
Okay.
no. So the video is not displayed.
Not even displayed there.
No.
Hello. Can you see the video now? Because my entire screen is shared. That's why maybe if I change the screen, it changes there also. Can you see the frame of the video there now?
So it's just showing the window, sir.
It's not showing the video. One second.
No, sir. No, sir. The video is not getting played.
Yeah, I'll redo it. Is it there?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Where do you live? I am living in Kochi. How long have you been in Kerala? 2 years.
And this is a security use case where the robot is actually we have given this robot to Kerala police, and she is working there as lady sub inspector. So as you step in, what happens is like the robot will greet you, and then it will print a visiting card by taking your information, and she will answer your queries, and then she will also establish video calls through which you can interact with higher officials if required. And then she identifies all higher officers. She is having 2 stars on her shoulders, and then anybody above 2 stars, she will give a salute, and for others, she will give a namaste. So, and then next time when you come, this robot will update you. You can file complaints by interacting with her. And next time when you comes in, and then the robot identifies you, and then it will update you on the status of the case. Now that this is actually being added with the COVID related capabilities to do the screening and all. Fortunately, we could take this robot to Gujarat, wherein our Honorable Prime Minister was there. So Modi spent around 33 minutes with the robot interacting with it.
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, we wish you a
happy
very
birthday to
happy birthday
Prime
on
Minister.
behalf of Kerala Startups in Azim of Robotics. Thank you very much for inspiring us and leading our country to prosperity.
For elderly care. This was the ICU robot I was talking about. This one is the one which
I am ready for duty.
medical college. This is called Karmi bot. It dispenses food and medical items autonomously inside the COVID ward.
Keep me at home position.
Configure
Hope the boxes are filled. Press the buttons for selecting rooms.
destination.
Karmi bot on duty.
Touch screen.
take the food packet.
touch anything.
For room number 1 from the
Robot will
tree.
actually
If
prompt you.
needed,
You don't have to
caregiver
do
may
anything at all.
contact you over Skype. Else,
Then
you can talk to
after
me for 2
dispensing,
minutes.
it will establish a video call if required.
Hello. Hello, doctor. How are you?
So when
I'm fine, doctor.
if you want to send the
Do you need something else?
then only
Nothing.
you have to
Everything fine.
Happy to serve you. Please press the go button. Thank you. See you again.
During the return journey, the black box is actually UV enabled.
Kindly
So you
place
can
trash
keep the trash
bin
inside,
in
your
the
used
bottom
mask or
container.
plate, anything inside. Because of it is highly contagious, it will be disinfected in the return journey. So it works only when the box is closed and the robot is moving, so that it protects yourself from getting exposed to UV.
UV
Apart
disinfection
from that,
started. Please don't open the tray.
this robot also has got facility to do the targeted disinfection using disinfectants. This is typically used for cases like when the patient vomits or coughs or sneezes. There can be bodily fluid falling on surface. So this can perform one level of disinfection. After that, we can go inside manually and do a second level of cleaning. So the robot is weatherproof and then ruggedized so that you can clean the robot, you can wash the robot, no issues.
Service completed. Disinfection stopped. Now you can switch off and clean me.
This is the targeting tray. But you can see that there, it's not very clear. Awareness use case. Robot will stop everyone at the event. And there is a chest display which the video is
There are several measures you can adopt to protect yourself and others from getting the new coronavirus. Frequently clean your hands by using an alcohol-based drop product like gel, or wash your hands with soap and water. When coughing and sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with flex sample like this, or use a tissue. If you use a tissue, discard it immediately.
This is inside a bank. Again, talk about the precautionary measures.
Coronaviruses are a large family of viruses which may cause illness in humans or animals. In humans, several coronaviruses are known to cause respiratory infections ranging from the common cold to more severe diseases such as Middle East respiratory syndrome and severe respiratory syndrome. The most recently discovered coronavirus causes coronavirus disease COVID-19. In that coronavirus,
This is the temperature screening use case.
Please stop there.
Person
Hi, hello. What's your name?
My name is Gio Matthew, 28 years old.
Your phone number.
9345 33216.
Please position in front of the camera to check your body temperature. Your temperature is measured as 101 degree Fahrenheit. Do you have any specific symptoms like throat pain, cough, or cold?
Yes, I have cold and fever.
Okay, I have done with your screening. You will have to consult with doctor immediately. Your current details have been sent to District Health Administration. You may receive a call soon.
So this time what happens is that everything is integrated. You won't be able to see a gadget in hand, but it's an integrated thermal sensor on the left hand, and on the right hand actually there is a peristaltic pump through which this sanitizer is sprayed. So the robot lifts up the left hand, the temperature is measured. Same time with the right hand, the sanitizer is dispensed, and the mask is detected. If there is no mask, it will advise you to put on the mask, and if it is not properly put on, it will tell you to put on the mask. You can see the video.
Hi there. Kindly wear masks to prevent the spread of COVID. I will measure your temperature and dispense sanitizer. Kindly wait.
The black spot on the left hand is the thermal sensor.
Your temperature is normal.
Finally, this is the robot, which is on Omni wheels. As I told you earlier, there is just one robot. There will be multiple robots like this. So that's it. I will go back to the presentation. Yes. So in this section, we'll be talking about human versus robot in terms of like one in appearance and physical capabilities and intelligence. So from the picture, what you can see the slides there?
Yes, oh yes.
Okay. The picture, what you're seeing is a very interesting curve. It's called M curve, or there are many other names, but it's a very interesting graph. On the left-hand side, what you can see is if you move in the x-axis, if you move towards left, it is more like a machine, to be simplified. I'm very simply explaining it. And on the right-hand side, it is human. So if you move left, it is like a machine. If you move right, it's a human. And then about our familiarity, that's on the y-axis. Like, how do we accept it as one among us, or maybe not one among us, but somebody who can, seamlessly work with, or somebody who we accept or consider as our friend or companion. That's on the y-axis. So what happens is that as the machine look is changing to human look, after a certain level, immediately people are able to understand that it is not a human, but it is something looking like humans, but it is a machine. So that is what is called this uncanny valley. So if it too much like a human being, but you are able to understand that it's a robot, then it is scary. So people don't want to. It's a result of a survey. So people don't want to actually get into that area. So some machine look will be preserved, and it's, just like what you have seen in this other robot, it is looking like a plastic appearance, like the outside is a plastic appearance, but still it has eyes, it has nose, it has arms. That is fine with people. But if it is too close to human beings with the skin and all, people are scared. But from our side, my personal and my company's perspective is different. It is an initial difficulty. Probably in near future it is going to change. If it is exactly like human beings, and then people will soon start accepting it. We are actually heading towards that. So we don't completely agree with that, but currently the situation is like that. So we'll talk about that. And this slide, in this slide, you can see on the left-hand side is our robot Chaya. In the middle, you can see Sophia. Sophia is a very famous robot. I think you all know Sophia. Sophia even got citizenship from Saudi Arabia. And the right-hand side, the second version of Chaya. So we try to make it much more beautiful than Sophia. We hope it is more beautiful than Sophia. But intelligence-wise, Sophia is actually very much evolved. We need to work a lot to take it to that level. But otherwise, it answers your questions, and it synthesizes very complex facial expressions. And then there are 20 motors working in tandem inside the face itself. And then it has got phonetics-based lip synchronization. And in the second picture, you can see that little more work is needed on the eyelids. We will soon do that. Eyelids we separately fitted, but that will be immediately changed. So I think this will be soon becoming an Indian answer to Sophia. I'll show a video also. And I have to stop the presentation because otherwise you will see all the old things. Can you see the screen? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this is a very small video. This robot was released during this January along with the New Year. He is actually saying Happy New Year message.
Hi everyone, I am Chaya, version 2.1, the younger sibling of India's first humanoid robot cyborg, made by Asimov Robotics. I am coming to meet you very soon, with the upgraded versions in 2020. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Okay, let's go back to the slides. So now try to understand when we talk about we have seen the appearance aspects. Now coming to the physical capabilities and intelligence. There is one typical difference when we work with factory robots and then cooperative or collaborative robots, because you might have also seen from the video that a person is actually taking the support of the robot to go to the restroom. So that is the biggest challenge one has to address if you try to work with collaborative robots, human-robot collaboration. Because when you try to shake hands with the human beings, you're basically exchanging forces. So if it is done with a factory robot and industrial robot, either you will get hurt or maybe the robot will be damaged based on the physical capacity. So when you work with interactive robots, you need to have the ability of force exchange. We typically call it as back drive ability, which means that when you exert a force, if the force is actually higher than what is robot is applying, then robot has to basically comply with your motion. Or if the other way, that robot is actually exerting more force, then it should smoothly transfer that force so that you won't get hurt. So it can be done in different ways. The most difficult thing is mechanical back drivability. But there are robots, there are very successful robots from 90s onwards, which is mechanically back drivable. And now what is done is that typically the direction of the forces, the force vectors are understood, and it is understood in a continuous fashion so that it can be extrapolated, it can be predicted so that it will assist your motion. So other than that, if you look at the interaction, the robot has to be, this picture is of iCub. It's a very good robot which has got most of these capabilities. and it has got an array of sensors. If you divide it into various sections or various problems, you can see that in a crowded environment, the robot has to autonomously navigate. So it has to have the understanding of where exactly it is, the surroundings, where my location is, where I have to go, what is the trajectory to be selected, everything has to be done. So we typically call it as autonomous navigation. Yeah, simultaneous localization and mapping. So for that, there are different ways. There are an array of sensors used, like radars can be used, laser radars can be used, and then proximity sensors can be used. Odometry, of course, the encoder on wheels can be used, and then camera can be used, like 3D cameras can be used, stereo camera or 3D camera with depth sensing, like inert, real sense. There are different cameras which can be used, and then indoor GPS also can be used, like RF based and ultrasound based beacons are available, that can be used. IMU can be used, inertial measurement unit can be used. So this is selected based on the application. We typically keep a weighted sum of that's how everyone is doing. When I say we, this in this context is typically when robotists do this, it's like that. So we keep a weightage among this based on the present the use case scenario, and then we can fuse all this. That is called the sensor fusion. And then the map is created. Initially, the map has to be created, and then all the static obstacles will be there in the map, and then the second time when the robot has to be manually driven with this LiDAR enabled, so that the map is created. So after that, in the second run, so it identifies all the static obstacles and also the dynamic obstacles, and it never go and then run over the static obstacles. But in case of dynamic obstacles, it will just wait there for that. You can decide in the algorithm what to do. But typically how it is done is that it creates a bounding volume around all objects, and then a bounding volume by itself, for which the radius, it's an imaginary envelope on the top of the objects as well as on the robot by itself. So the robot has to obviously do the collision avoidance. So what it does is like it checks instantly, every instance, it checks the overlap between this volume, bounding volume, and if there is an overlap, it will try to avoid that overlap. That's how typically it is doing this autonomous navigation or like obstacle avoidance. And then it has to compute the trajectory in a different way if it is possible to reach the final destination. So in this picture, you can see that somebody is showing an object to the robot. That is again talking about manipulation. That is the next most important, the capability of humanoid robot to work with humans. So then this guy is actually showing a cube, some shape to this robot, and robot has to identify this with the help of cameras, and that is it has to identify the shape, and it has to identify the coordinates, the origin and the coordinates. And then that is actually camera coordinates. So basically it has to take that information inside and then convert the frame to its own coordinate. That can be a reference, as I told you earlier, where the robot exactly is standing in 3D Cartesian space, in the workspace. So it has a reference frame. So first this camera will be grabbing the shape and the dimensions of the obstacle, the object, and then the orientation, everything will be captured, and that will be in the camera frame. So the camera frame has to be converted to its own robot coordinate frame, and once it is computed, it knows its own body. As I told you earlier, one of the typical way of doing this is like model-based control, where the model, the 3D model of the robot might have been created, and then it knows that where its hand is, where its fingers is, where its arm, where different portion of its own body is, so that once if this coordinate transformation is done, what has to be done to reach to this obstacle and also to grab it. So it's a very good example, I can tell you. Like because let's say this robot has got 7 degrees of freedom, which is redundant manipulation or redundant arm, just like human beings. Human beings has got 7 degrees of freedom, 3 degree of freedom shoulder and 1 degree of freedom elbow and 3 degree wrist is available. Just like that, if it has got, then there can be multiple possibilities of this robot to reach this object. Means different trajectories can be computed. Same thing can be done. If I want to pick something and place it somewhere else, I can do it in multiple ways. Same way, this operation has multiple possibilities. So because of that, it has to understand or it has to identify which is the best possible way to do that. So there are different, let's say if this coordinate is computed, then the next thing is like it has to compute the trajectory. If the trajectory is computed, so trajectory is typically, if you want to grab an object, what you do, you have to move your hand, right? So the hand will be tracing a trajectory. So that is the input. So the control system inside the robot has to compute what is the desired instantaneous position of all the set of motors that is working in tandem or simultaneously for that particular arm. So that is called inverse kinematics. So we compute all joined trajectories and in terms of position as well as speed and then torque also if required. And that is how it reaches out the obstacle and then it object and then it grabs it. So while grabbing, how much force we can apply? If it is a paper, how much force we can apply? If it is an egg, how much force we can apply? If it is an iron piece, how much force we can apply to grab it? Because if it is heavy, then we have to apply more force for grabbing. So these are all also computed using tactile sensors or maybe pressure sensors. So this is a very, very complex, I'm trying to say it's a very complex operation, even if it is just like, something is sewn and it is grabbed. It's not simple, it's very complex for a robot. So robot has to, even in manipulation, I can tell you there are a lot of optimization. If you try to carry a bucket full of water, if human beings, how do we do that? We cannot lift up the bucket and then take it like that. We will be taking it just like lowering the center of gravity. So this is to be taught. This is to be programmed to a robot, like as a secondary criteria. Like if it can do it in multiple ways, we have to tell the robot that is the best way to do this. So that likewise, there are a lot of secondary optimization criteria has to run on this algorithm to do it in the best way. It's a very simple example. I think we have to move on to the next slide. So coming to the human brain, if you look at this slide, you can see that there are different areas which takes care of different things. So the frontal lobe is dealing with the motor control. Motor control was something which we were talking now, and then problem solving abilities and speech protection or speech synthesis. That's what frontal lobe is dealing with. And there are other sections like temporal lobe is dealing with language compression, auditory and memory. And then there are areas like balance and coordination, body, how to balance the body. I don't know if you agree with if I say we have 6 senses. Typically we say there are 5 senses, but we have 6 senses. I don't know why we are not counting the cochlear fluid, which is the balance, which is maintaining the balance for us. So that is another sensor. Maybe we need to have an IMU unit inside the robot to replicate that. So then visual cortex is there, and touch perception, body orientation. So brain is very complex. But if you simply divide your brain into 2, you can say that maybe the left hemisphere is dealing more with the logical things, systematic things, planning systematic things, repetitive things. But the right hand side is dealing with the more creative things, imaginative things. So let's try to understand what it is, like how we perceive things, how we apply our intelligence. So for that, we need to understand the intelligence. We will gradually compare it with the ability of the robot also, or the AI-enabled robot also. But let's try to understand. I don't know if anybody of you have seen this picture. This picture is something like a sand art, I would say, like kids are doing in beaches. You can see we play using sand. So this is done by not by a human. This is done by a fish. Maybe at least one of some of you will be able to might have seen this before. So I hope so. This is done by a fish called puffer fish. So it is creating very interesting, what is like artistic work underwater, maybe for attracting a partner, or I don't know. We have to understand it. But the most important point here is that it is able to do this kind of artwork. So why I am telling it in this context is because we need to understand how our intelligence is. Our intelligence can be typically divided into three. One is instinct. Other one is intellect, so-called intellect, and then the intuitiveness. So the instinct is very simple. You know what is instinct? Instinct. Even living beings without neurons, just like plants, also have got instinct. Like nobody teaches a plant to grow towards the sunlight. If you keep it in your balcony, you can see that it is just growing outwards to reach the sunlight. So when a baby is born, it goes to, whether it is a human baby or any other mammal, you don't have to teach the baby to go to mother's breast and then get fed. Nobody teaches it. It does by itself. So if an accident happens, what happens? Like I've seen that people came across accidents, and then even if their leg is broken, they are actually trying to stand upright. So there is a local intelligence. I was told by one of the surgeons, neurosurgeons, that there is an ability for human spine to keep upright, always vertical. That's why immediately all the senses are switched off. You will try to stand if your leg is broken. So that is instinct. So this sort of local intelligence. If you go back to the previous slide, you can see that this is an area where the balance and coordination. So there is involuntary responses. One in yellow, you can see that brainstem. So this is called local intelligence. So this local intelligence is a typical example of instinct. So you don't need neurons for that. So that is everywhere. When a baby is born, immediately it is there. It is present. But if you try to understand what is the intellect or the intelligence, we call, okay, this guy is really good. He is able to score high marks. So he is very intelligent. He can memorize things. He can memorize a number of names. All important dates he can remember. So like this is how this happens. This is actually an ongoing process. It is a learned or acquired intelligence. When a baby is born, this is he or she is asked to go through various situations, like interact with his or her mother, father, and relatives, and then friends in school, and watching TV, reading newspaper, seeing film, or whatever, listening to something. So there are a lot of situations, and we're playing with friends, making things. So learning many things, just like you might have seen that they are trying to grab things, and the eye coordination, hand mouth coordination, everything is learned. Just like that, their understanding is growing. So that is happening in a long period. The major time is up to 7 years old. So wherein his personality is developed. So that is what is called intelligence. We will come to that in detail. And then finally, intuitiveness. This is more about the capacity to imagine, the ability to conceptualize, the ability to suggest a hypothetical solution or something, like which you typically call as your gut feel, which is not always out of your reasoning ability. So this is only present in human beings. That's the most important point here. So now I'm not going to talk about too much about AI, but this picture is just a kind of very simplified multi-layer neural network. So you know that this is very important for an intelligent robot to have AI, artificial intelligence, wherein human intelligence is tried to be replicated. So this is a three-layer network where you can see multiple layers. So on the leftmost side, you can see the layer which has got multiple nodes, where the circles are representation of human or equivalent of human neurons, perceptrons connected to the next layer, and then to the next layer, and finally the final output. So on the left hand side, it can be like, there are different, this is typically a black box, it has to be trained. When it is made, exactly what I said in case of human beings, it's a black box or a clean paper. You have to write on it. So just like human babies are learning, this is also has to be trained, or it has to be taught. So there are different methods like unsupervised, supervised, reinforced learning methods. I'm not getting into that. Wherein you typically in the supervised, you classify it, because if you show a picture, a very popular example is a cat picture, or maybe it can be a number or anything, or an apple, picture of apple. Whatever is shown on the left hand side, let's say imagine that all these points are connected to the corresponding pixel for camera, so it is seeing some image. So very top level, it will try to understand certain characteristics or parameters. It can be the color, or it can be the shape, and inside it can be the more complex. In the next layer, it can be maybe identification of the most closer or complex what's called parameters or characteristics, where it can be the specific shape of the contour, or if it is a number, if it is number 9, it may be identified whether it is composed of circles and the lines connected together. Or maybe even if I talk about the color, and then what exact color it is, how do we distinguish between the standard colors? Maybe as it gets towards the right hand side, it will be very specific aspects will be identified, and finally it comes to, oh yes, it is an apple, or it is number 9, or it is a picture of a cat will be identified, so that we will show multiple set of data. Multiple data, a set of data, a group of pictures of a cat or an apple or number 9 on the left hand side, and tell the system that this output is this is a cat, or this is an apple, or this is number 9, so that it interconnects by itself and then gives you the right answer. So this is in a very simple words. So this is not as simple as I am explaining. It's a very complex process. I am not getting into that. So, because we have to fine tune this to be able to give you the best answer. So once if it is trained, if you show a fresh picture which is out of this set, if it is a cat, it has to say it's a cat. So that's how it is for a supervised learning. And simply with the help of we are labeling it. That is how it works. So why I am telling it is because we are going to a very, very, very interesting slide, and that is this, where the robotists or the AI experts say that if our computational capacity is about 10 power 60, because if you look at supplementary technologies which is helping this artificial intelligence, just like the ability, the computational platforms, the speed at which it can process information, and the connectivity speed, the internet speed, everything is growing. And if that grows in such a way that, because you know that your mobile is much more powerful than a computer 10 years back. So if the computation capacity increases 10 power 16, whether these robots or AI can recreate human consciousness. So that will be the biggest turning point, where they are going to act like human beings. If that is going to be achieved, then the darker side of it can be even like they started replicating themselves. They want to fight for their survival, maybe completely against what Isaac Asimov was talking about, the 3 laws of robotics. So anything it can be possible. But let's try to understand that. So we are actually comparing it with human intelligence. So finally, we are actually talking about the second intelligence, that's the earned intelligence. There are 100 billion neurons inside human brain, proper human brain. I think there are 120 billion neurons roughly. So they are connected to, each neuron is connected to nearby neurons through synapses, 1,000 neurons connected through synapses, and then firing at 100 hertz. This is what they typically called as 10 power 16. But the fact is that in many of the studies, see, please understand that most of the information which I am talking about is obviously pulled out from internet. So then the numbers, there can be some changes, but I have referred to many places. I have referred many articles, and I found that one thing which is mainly missing is that the understanding of how a neuron, a human neuron is. Human neuron is actually not a single entity. In the perceptron, you can see that each one is like a logical state. But human neurons are not like that. Human neurons are made out of a bipolar protein, which is called, it is formed out of microtubules. So microtubule is a bipolar protein, which is like in the order of 10 power 9 and switching as 10 hertz. Which means that their computation has gone wrong. In order to replicate the capacity of human brain just in terms of the framework, you need to have 10 power 25, 26, but it is not 10 power 16. So I'm talking about the numbers in index. You understand how much different 10 power 16 and 10 power 26 is. It's huge difference. So physically, it cannot be achieved. Another point which I would like to tell you is that when if you look at the classical computing is working based on classical physics. Like, you are actually talking about electrons, or maybe the state which they are talking about, the state 1 or 0, the classical computing is completely based on that. But when it comes to the particles like microtubules, they are very small particles which actually not going to obey the classical physics or the laws of physics. It can be superimposed. We are actually talking about quantum. So we may have to talk about quantum computing also. That's another area where we can replicate this capacity. But basically what I'm trying to tell is that it's not going to obey the laws of classical physics, so it can be superimposed. So you cannot just by increasing the number of computation you compare or make it equivalent to human computational capacity. That is one thing. So even if you create 10 power 26, you cannot do this aspect because of the standard machines. You may have to go for quantum computing, but even with quantum computing it is not possible. Why? Because here one of the most and the last point I would like to tell you is that most of the things can be synthesized in a robot. If a robot, now tomorrow's robot, after 10 years, if a flower is shown to a robot, or maybe the robot looking at flower blossoming, or a river flowing, or is experiencing a wind, smooth breeze, then it may feel happy. In what way it may feel happy? It will synthesize happiness. Even this robot which we have made, if you smile, it will identify the gesture, your smiling pose, the facial gesture, and it will smile. So basically, what it does, it actually synthesizes that and then showing that it smiles. So the point is that whether there is an experiential understanding for the robot, that's the difference between. So that the consciousness is that it is not seeing, or it is not listening, or it is not simply understanding. It is the experience. So the final statement is that whether these robots, even though it is becoming super intelligent by recreating all this, but it is not possible, I already explained. Is it an experiential understanding? Which means that robot may be synthesizing all sort of gestures, all sort of emotions, empathizing. You feel that robot is showing that, but the robot inside it, whether it is conscious, whether it is experiencing, no. That is the difference. So this is my completely personal perspective on this. So finally, what happens is that we see robots as a part of the society. We are fine. We can interact with them. But whether robots are seeing us as a part of the society, maybe no. That's a final statement. So I think tomorrow's world is like that. We started seeing robot as social beings, but robots are not going to see us as social beings because they're not experiencing. And thank you very much for patiently listening to this talk, and you can ask questions.
Thank you, sir. So we have few questions in the chat box. Shall I share the screen or?
If you could read out, it would be good.
Okay. So the first question is, how difficult is building a robot on two legs like human? Because all robots that I have seen are running on wheels. What are the major tasks that is blocking from making legs, or is it something else?
Very good question. Actually, I missed out telling it. We cannot tell everything because there is some time constraint. So I can answer this question. So, as you rightly said, bipedal locomotion is not fully evolved. If you look at most of the robots, there are two types of stabilities. One is static stability and the second is dynamic stability. See, if you look at how babies are walking, that's a good example. Like, that is also learned. So you might have, or the baby might have fallen many times before it properly learns how to walk. So the placement of feet, the speed at which it has to walk, everything has to be learned. And there should be some algorithm running in the back end if it is robot. So, but just like babies, walking is easy. You might have seen babies are walking, or even they are actually running. They cannot stop. If they stop, they will fall down. At some stage, it is like that. So they are actually learning. While learning process, dynamic stability is the first thing. In the case of robot, also it's exactly the same. It is easy to make a robot dynamically stable, continuously moving. You might have seen that robots, doing somersault and jumping and running. That's fine. But just to simply stand, then that is more complex. Means the static stability is more complex than dynamic stability. That's the first thing. Second thing is like, to make a robot stable standing on two legs, typically what it does is like it has to maintain the center of gravity at the line connecting somewhere inside the line connecting two feet. So that is the typical algorithm working behind, but it is not very easy. So that's why when you have a lot of payload, like you have your the hardware motors, and you have two arms which has got number of motors. So the center of gravity, your CG is at very high level, and then you have small feet compared to the if it is, there can be robots like if you make the feet too big, then you can keep it statically stable. But if it is equivalent to human beings, then you have to maintain all the variations and the shift of the CG. Immediately you have to respond to it so that you again maintain by placing the feet one step forward or backward or sideways, so that the CG is maintained in the line connecting these 2 points. For such a reason, you can see that the robots are actually in a peculiar pose, like they are not simply standing upright, they are just slightly bended. Like even if you look at the Honda's robot, I don't want to mention a lot of robots, I don't want to mention any names here, but they are all having a very peculiar posture. So once if that problem is see, it's a trade-off. Like, how fast you can compute. How fast you can compute. If we can compute fast, then how fast your motors are able to respond, so that you can take a precautionary physical action to maintain the CG in this particular line. So that is a trade-off. So I think as it progresses, and how much lightweight things can be produced, like if you want to have a powerful manipulation, you will have a lot of motors, so the weight of the motor is very high. How to reduce it? So then material science comes. Carbon fiber, Kevlar, right? And then there are these small motors because of this nearly superconductivity. Earlier drones were not there, right? Now drones are there. Why? Because the motors are efficient. We try to make a very, very efficient lightweight motors. We can bring down the weight at the upper body, but also is much more stable. So it has to go to a certain level so that you can achieve a very good locomotion. But
So the voice is breaking in between. Sir? Sir, are you able to hear me? The participants may meanwhile fill the attendance and feedback link. As sir is trying to join back, please fill in the attendance and feedback.
Hello?
Yeah, hello, sir.
My network got disconnected, sorry.
Yeah.
Connect.
Okay.
So if you talk about the commercialization, you cannot afford to have a robot on legs, because just simply standing itself will drain a lot of battery. But on wheels, it is passive. You can just keep the robot switched off. You cannot switch off the robot, and even standing, a lot of motors are working. So the battery will be immediately drained off. So you cannot afford to have a robot on legs for a commercial application. It will be only possible. The battery technology also has to be evolved. At some point in time, it may be possible. Yes.
So I'll move on to the next question, sir. When you were talking about the Chaya robot, you said there is 20 motors in the phase of Chaya robot. How the power requirement is managed in such robots? What batteries are used?
Power requirement is like you are not carrying too much of load. These motors, see, even if you have a powerful motors, the current drawn is the main aspect. Like that is proportional to the load. So if the load is high, the torque will be used. Then the more current will be drawn. So then more battery will be drained. In this expressions, it's based on the consistency of the silicon skin attached. So there is no that it's not that power drawing action. So battery usage is fairly okay. We are using lithium ion and lithium polymer batteries, which has got a high C factor, so the charging will be very fast. There are, the batteries being the order of some 30,000 mAh, 50,000 mAh batteries are used.
Third question. How the data storage task is done in a humanoid?
It can be done in different ways. You can push the data to cloud, or you can keep it locally. But it is good to push it to cloud. we are actually not only trying to push the data to cloud, we are actually trying to push the process to cloud very soon. Because if you do that, you can minimize the cost of the robot by reducing the hardware. You don't even require a powerful computational platform. But we need to, just now while talking, I lost internet, no? So if that happens in the case of a robot, let's say if it is done like in a surgical robot or any other robot, very critical task, robot which is addressing critical tasks. So that shouldn't happen. So as long as we have a stable internet, powerful internet, I think not only data, even process also can be pushed to cloud. So the data collection, if you talk about, that's an ongoing process. In a longer period, as the number of robots increases and then the period with which it interacts with the surroundings increases, it can pull out a lot of data. So the volume of data is another thing which we have to consider, whether it has to be pushed to cloud or kept locally.
So one last question. So there's a comment too. Day by day, the robots are getting powerful if AI and robotic research are concerned. So is there any possibility too for these robots to replace humans in the future, say down the line 50 to 100 years?
That's what the entire thing I was talking about. I was talking about that topic only. That's what, like, we have dig deep into that. I hope I fairly dig deep into that. I am happy to do it more. If the person who asked question would like to interact with me, you can share my email ID. I think that's one single statement I told. In fact, it's not going to happen. To make it brief, it's not going to happen, I think. If you pick up peculiar problem, that is where robots can excel human beings. I won't say excel human beings. Say if you look at factory, we are actually talking about throughput, the speed at which things are done, the production throughput. If you take a surgical robot, we are talking about precision. That is optimized there. Precision, and then the reaching around, ability to reach around obstacles, that and stability, these things which I have seen surgeons operating patients, experts, which are who are more than 50 years, 55 years old, by resting their palm or hand on their belly to get stabilized, because they are experts, knowledgeable. They perform surgery really good, highly skillful, but their hands are not stable as they were in their young ages. So that there are a lot of things where the robot I mean, if you make use of robotics, each area has got one aspect, one parameter to be optimized. That way it can excel human beings. But overall, if you look at the creativity aspect, I don't think so. Even there are people who are claiming that robots can synthesize a new tune or can compose music. I don't believe personally, because if you look at the randomness, if you take the randomness as creativity, there are a lot of possibilities. Even if you look at the music, there are a lot of combinations possible. You might have felt that if you take
So the voice has again, we have again lost the voice.
a particular, I feel one song.
Hello, sir. So can you unmute your mic?
Okay, so I lost network again. I'll conclude very quickly. So what I was telling was the creativity aspect. I don't think robots can replicate, and the consciousness also cannot be replicated. That's what I believe. But the possibility is there that we may become cyborgs before we have a what is like human-like robot or human replica of robot. Even before that, we may possibly become cyborgs.
Oh. So one last question. What is your comments on cobots application in food industry and industrial application?
Yeah, cobots are actually cobots has to it has to work along with other robots, and it also has to work with human beings. That's what. It's not just limited to food industry. I see a lot of application in terms of logistics for cobots. And not only for logistics, but majority, maybe more than 80% of the applications will be from logistics. That can be warehouse robots or retail robots or contactless food delivery robots or something which I've seen in hospitals that can be there. And there are a lot of possibilities. And in factories, there can be cobots like, assistive robots where, when there are multiple human beings required to perform a job, just like fixing a glass on the top of a vehicle, again, automotive example, then the glass can be held by the robot, and then as you try to grab it and bring it near to the frame, it has to it has to support your complying with your force vectors. So that is also a collaborative robot example. So cobots, are going to get more and more popular. It's no longer the line. There is no longer a wall or a separation between robots and humans. Like they are going to work together. It's a collaborative workforce altogether.
Thank you, sir. So it seems we don't have any more questions, so we can wind up the session, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being with us today. And it was a very informative session, sir. Thank you. I have a note to participants. We have an online quiz tomorrow. That's a mandatory quiz. The timings and all, we'll let you know tomorrow. So we'll wind up the session today. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you, sir.